Hello? I'm so sorry. I'm like, sorry, my brain, I'm trying to post on social media like it's my job or something. So one moment. Hi everyone. How are you doing, by the way? How's it going? My brain is like extra smushy this week. It's like actually really bad. It's almost concerningly bad for some reason. I don't know what's wrong, but I have to fix it. And I don't like it. I'm fine. I'm fine. Anyways. Yeah, we're gonna work on that. I am really excited for Witch from Mercury though, so that's gonna be tomorrow. But I think it's gonna be a good time. I think we're gonna have fun. Okay, so posting that. I should probably post something on Blue Sky at some point. What do I post? Hi Soray, hi Yami, thank you for the first. Hello Rancourt, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. Hi Pen, I hope questing has been going well. I was able to read some of your message, but I have to catch up very soon. You're also running low on serotonin. I am too! Okay, is anybody else really running low on serotonin lately? Is it a summer thing? Are we getting hit by like summer sad or something? Because it feels very off. What if nap? Honestly, a nap might solve all global issues. Especially if we stop using, stop producing carbon emissions during this nap time. Didn't know you were a Gundam enjoyer? I would say my first introduction into Gundam was probably on Toonami. It was on TV. And it's really funny, Camp. I have the Gundam modem. I don't have it up for display. I need to put it behind me later on. So I've always thought the series was really cool. Mechs are kind of neat, and also I'm pretty sure my love from Power Rangers kind of spilled over into Gundam because of mechs and stuff. But otherwise, I feel like Gundam's probably up my alley. I hear there's a lot of depression in it. There's a lot of really sad, messed up stuff that happens in Gundam, is what I hear. But yes, as a heads up, if anybody, so tomorrow after stream, I don't know the exact time, but we're gonna work on it. Tomorrow after stream, we're gonna do a watch party, or we're just gonna watch Witch from Mercury. We're gonna start from the beginning in Discord. I'll probably end up muting myself because I think I'm gonna try to record my reactions and stuff. But yeah, I'm excited about that, and I think we have a couple of friends that are willing to host as well. I will neither confirm nor deny before watching. I have functioned on low serotonin for years. Yami, how do you live like this? Oh no, it's like that meme where it's you live like this and it just shows whatever the background is. I forced myself to go outside today, but I still desire a nap. You did so well, Elle. I'm so proud of you. Also, hi, Kiwi. Hello, Cam. I've been low on sleep. Actually, I was also low on sleep. I got up this morning and I did like a little brunch thing with my friends at their place. And I think, honestly, I think next time like early lunch will probably be really tasty. Maybe lighter on some of the brunch stuff because I think we also didn't cook all the items like on time. So some parts were like colder, some parts were like warmer. So we probably should have like, timed our foods better, more adequately. Not adequately, just more like where they're hot. You know, like at restaurants they have like heating lamps and whatnot, but we don't have that at home. And then Gundam is full of war crimes and neurodivergence. Oh my gosh, really? I'm excited to see that. I wonder if we'll be able to clock some of the neurodivergence. Depending, well, I would say depending on the neurodivergence that is portrayed, I'm sure some people will be able to clock certain things pretty quickly. So, very interesting. The summer heat is evaporating my stores of serotonin. I think it's the same for me. And I went outside today, and you would think, oh, going outside's gonna help me so much. No, I still felt like really tired. And honestly, okay, I think it's a combination. I think I'm partially dehydrated. And, okay, I'm partially dehydrated. I'm like sleep deprived right now because I think I only got like 4 hours of sleep, 4.5. And I had caffeine, so I think that like that swirling pool of combination did not help. And I think I've just been like maybe sleep. Not want to say deprived, but I'm like in sleep debt right now. I need my 9 hours to function properly. And I think I've been forcing myself to get up earlier. I don't think I've gotten my 9 hours. I need my 9 hours to sleep. Did you say war crimes? I'm pretty sure Gundam has so many war crimes. Watch Gundam if you like. No, not the child soldiers battling weapons of mass destruction and political drama. I'm pretty sure that Witch from Mercury, the protagonists, I'm pretty sure they're in school. So I'm very concerned and very worried for them. On 6 when I need 8 and 9. And the thing is, Yami, you don't really sleep in on the weekends because like your body is used to waking up on a certain time, right? Control! Sorry, give me a second. Why is this not on? Oh, this thing's not on. Oh, frick. Wait, let me redo this. Okay, wait. One moment. I got this. Okay, there we go. Control, thank you so much. All my stuff is kind of borked right now. So let me see if I can fix this. Will it turn on?
You know what would make you feel better? Remembering your birthday,
No.
which is today. Happy birthday stream, Daddy
Please.
told Lisa Notice, the tiny stealer of pants.
It doesn't work. Okay, so I used to be able to plug a Stream Deck into a Stream Deck. I essentially like daisy chained it, but it doesn't work anymore. So that's super cool. I love that. Thank you for the 100 bits. Also, no, I don't steal pants. It's not my birthday. Actually, my birthday is in like a little more than a month, which is wild. I don't want to think about that. I don't know how I feel. Ask me again like tomorrow when I get sleep. I don't know what we do with 8 hours of sleep. I average 5 to 6? Has it always been like 5 to 6 for you? Like even when you were growing up? I woke up at 7 a.m. I had nothing to do, stayed in bed for 2 hours scrolling YouTube. If my body could, it would 100% sleep 8 to 12 hours. But I think the anything past the 9-hour mark, I think that's more because of something not good. I don't get to sleep in tomorrow, but it's because I get up early enough to put oh, that's so fun! Your outfit before your meeting. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. I really hope that the meeting, wherever the venue is air conditioned. I know a lot of Lolitas usually have like their summer cores and everything that's a little less layered. Especially, yeah, a little less layered. No matter, even if it's natural material, it's still gonna be a little little stuffy, especially with the petticoat and the socks and tights or whatever, and all the accessories. I hope you're having tea in a nice air-conditioned location. You're gonna wake up and your beard's... What do you mean? I don't have a beard. No. Oh yeah, we're meeting in a resort. Okay, thank goodness. And we have a Kana. It's very fancy. That's fantastic. So that means like basically when you're there as well. So the entire grounds is like air conditioned and nice. That sounds wonderful. I'm very glad. And hopefully everyone has water and is going to be very hydrated. That's so cool. Oh, I love that your community, your local community, like, you know, meets up like kind of regularly as well. Okay, I'm gonna log into 14. Oh no, I'm gonna log into 14 and I will, I don't know. Should we meet in Ether today? Is Ether even open? If it's not open, you know, we'll go somewhere else. Okay, I'm gonna try my best to figure out how to replenish our serotonin today because I don't know where mine is. And if I don't know where mine is, I don't know how I'm gonna be able to replenish everyone else's too. I guess small upside, I did purchase a fountain pen. Like, in high school, I've always wanted to like use fountain pens and everything, and I didn't buy one. I never ended up using it because I didn't understand it and I was confused by it. But I have friends who are very, very much into fountain pens and I'm very lucky that they are willing to like advise me and help me. So I ended up just getting like a very basic one that I think I recalled somebody like recommending to me. It was like less than $10 or like around $10, right? And it came with like ink too. So I'm excited for that. It's like gonna be a fine tip pen and very beginner friendly. And yeah. And I also bought a calendar halfway through the year. More than halfway through the year. But it's still, I mean, it's still gonna be worth it, and also is very discounted as well. Okay, so starting at Final Fantasy. So we have not, I have not started Expedition 33 yet. That was potentially going to be on the list this week, but as you can see, I was just MIA the entire week. And per my stream schedule announcement, I am definitely in a rut and I'm definitely not doing great. And I don't know what's wrong. And it makes me sad because I don't want to be. So we're going to try to figure out how to not be there and make ourselves do things. I might need to just drag myself to the gym daily or something. I don't know. What are we doing today? Okay, so we have some options. But my thoughts are, there's a optional quest. So actually I double checked, I ended up double checking the, also hi everyone. Oh wait, is this not on? Is this thing not on? Where's the game? Hi everyone. So I ended up double checking the Google Calendar, and there is a optional general quest that I need to do. It's Tales from the Shadows, and I believe that's with Falhamen. So that's Minfilia's mom. Okay, so I need to do that one. I need to do some of the little 80 job quests as well, and I think tomorrow is going to be Boja, or at least starting the Boja quest, I think is what tomorrow is going to be. But for us actually doing Boja, unsure. If you wanna, I'll do it. If not, we're probably gonna end stream early then. And I'm gonna try my best to start earlier tomorrow because I don't have any plans. But yes, so yeah, that is my goal for today. I need to do the quest, and otherwise everything else is kind of like extreme savages and job quests in Boja. That's on my checklist for Shadowbringers content. But yeah, if y'all have any other suggestions, or if you have any other kind of like optional quests that you really want me to do, I'm down for it. Are you gonna do Trevor? Oh, that's so smart! Oh my gosh, Pen, thank you. Do we have any Shadowbringers treasure maps? I have to check my inventory. I'm down if y'all want to. Win, hello! Thank you.
Just subscribed. Squints dubiously at 20 months.
Yeah, it's a little wonky. I think we did the math last time. It's a little bit. Win, thank you so much. Thank you for the tier 3. Thank you so much for 20 months. Well, 20-ish months, 20-ish months, close enough. But how are you doing? How has your Saturday been, by the way? I think I have a couple I can get. Okay, so I've been doing maps for 2 hours. Oh, true, Pass of the Dead. I do need to eventually do that too. So that is very true. That's a good idea, Pen. Actually, where is my... I'm trying to think. Do I have a... sorry, I'm trying to just figure out if I have a planner or a notebook I can write. Yeah, I can write into this one. Yeah, I ended up doing a brain dump the other day of just like things I need to do. Okay, so potential stuff to do. That's a good idea though. So we could do treasure maps. So okay, wait. To do. So Tales. Is it Tales from the Shadows or Tales of the Shadows? Wait, let me look. Tales. Where'd release? Oh, it's this one. Tales from the Shadows. Okay, Tales from the Shadows. At least will unlock for other deep dungeons. Oh yeah. Is there a Shadowbringers deep dungeon specifically? Also, Win, thank you so much for all the support and the kindness. Thank you for modding for me and helping me and teaching me how to say all the big words. Oh, but it's good to see you though. For 2 hours, did you get anything good, Pen? Did you get any good good loot? So Tales of the Shadows. So we're also thinking level 80 job quest. Shadowbringers treasure maps. Okay, treasure maps. And then Boja for tomorrow. Quest. And if you all have any other suggestions, I can write them down too. And then, of course, Witch from Mercury tomorrow. Not yet, still going, but in redacted. Okay. Let me also take allergy meds as well. I also, please remind me to hydrate. And also hydrate yourself because it's hot and it's summer and I think I'm slightly dehydrated on top of like sleep deprivedness. Being like, okay, on top of like being sleep deprived and like just slightly nauseous and other stuff. I think I'm just dehydrated. Not just. Okay, so not Shadowbringers, but Stormblood has Heaven on High. Is there story for that one? Like the in Palace of the Dead, there's a bit of story too. No! My legs are not tiny. There is? There's all a bit up to level 30, I think. Okay, a floor 30, I think. Okay. I wonder if it's a continuation of the story that's in... Yeah, I wonder if it's a continuation of the story that's in Palace of the Dead, or if it's a different story. Up to 50? Okay, but you can do that with a party and with friends as well. Also, hi Ryo, how are you? I think between us, we have like 30 maps, really? I mean, we can do that. I mean, we have time today. I don't think Tales of the Shadows is going to take very long. Honestly, the job quest might take a little bit of time, but I can just like pick and choose my favorites, which I'll probably just... Also, we're just really looking at the grass, huh? I'll probably end up doing White Mage. I'll probably end up doing White Mage and... White Mage, Scholar... I love I like the Astro characters and they're really cool and I like the Astro lore and stuff, but like we'll see. I feel like sometimes Astro is a little slow. I will say Dark Knight was kind of really great and it kind of, I would say it almost peaked. It felt like I'll probably have to do Paladin. It's so funny that the only level 80 job quest, the only one I'm like fully like up to date with is Dark Knight. Oh yeah, we can do Orban. Let me put that on the list. Oh my gosh, silly me. We could do Orban today. We can do an, okay, Orbon. But yeah, what we can try to do is we can, like, if we have enough people, we can try to do multiple, like, friends all in one, and we'll just all queue into an Orbon map together. It's pretty short. Okay, okay. Okay, so I also remember that I thought she lost her memory. No, she's lost in memory. Like words, I mean, words are very important. Lost in memory, not lost her memory. Because I was freaking out. I was like, lost her memory. Oh my gosh, King, do you want to join us? Yes, you can join us. We literally have an Orbon ping now in our Discord. Big difference, huge difference, huge. Words are so important. Okay. So it's not a particle, is it? I'm trying to remember. So the word in, right? I'm trying to, a preposition? A preposition. Yes, correct? Is that correct? No, on, of, against. I don't think it's Emmy. Is it in? Wait. It's been a hot minute since I've taken an English class, okay? I'll be looking around today. Thank you, Penny. And you'll ping 14 and leveling up your fiance. Oh, how fun! I'm glad that your fiance is playing with you. Been longer for me. So hell freezes over if I remember. Also, hi Turtle, how are you? I haven't heard that word in like 20 years. I'm trying to figure out like, right? Preposition. Once again, I'm not ever opposed to learning or relearning things. Like, I mean, we all have egos, but I mean, I don't think that's gonna hurt my ego to not remember things, because like not everyone has infinite memory like space or like memory, or I guess I don't want to say photographic memory is kind of like the outdated term, right? But essentially that. Is it preposition? It is a preposition. Wait. All right, preposition, preceding a noun, pronoun, expressing relation to another word. So it's like the man on the platform, like you're in the room, she arrived after dinner. Yeah, so it was, okay, so that's what I was trying to think of. It's like, I didn't remember the word preposition. But anyways, it's very important that I remembered, going back, all the way back, it's very important prepositions are important, because I thought that Falhamin had lost her memory instead of being lost in memory. Anyways, that's what happened. Also, thank you for the follows. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're doing. What word? Yeah. In. The word in is a preposition. All our hard drives have limits. Exactly. The thing is, it's like, you know, I felt like sometimes I was like, man, I feel like my memory it seemed like it was pretty decent, and I think it is, but like, once again, like you said, it has limits, and especially like when it has like, okay, sorry, I'm just like blabbering right now, but like, I always felt like, man, I have a pretty decent memory when I was like younger and everything. Like, I always thought that I remembered a good amount of stuff, and like it was easy to remember things. But I think it was just because I hadn't really experienced a lot of life. So therefore, all the memories I did make, they just stayed there. And at this point, like making more memories and getting older and just like, you know, living through more things, it's like, wow, there's actually a lot more memories. And then the thing is, it's like, we're still all very young and there's still a lot of life to live. And it just feels weird getting to the point where like I'm only forgetting things. It's because I'm making more memories, and it's like things are just getting like shuffled back, or like not shuffled back, but kind of getting like more archived. Anyways, me complaining about getting older or being old or something. I don't know. You can do it. Notice, sound that out. I'm trying my best, okay? Anyways, yeah, I think I only know also kind of like slightly remember the word preposition, or not remembered, but remembered what it was, because I was thinking like in French, like I was thinking when I learned prepositions in French, I was thinking of the French words. I'm like, I don't know what that word is. Anyways, okay, we're fine. We're zipping out old memories for space. Exactly, we're zipping the old memories. Yeah, they're being compacted right now. And like, we have to really, and like when they're retrieved, sometimes you can unzip them, sometimes we can, and they'll just be right there as if we remember them that day. The Glucose Guardian. It's a pretty catchy name. But yeah, it feels weird. But it also just means that like, I guess I mean clearly when I was a teenager, like that is just like the beginning of things. It's like, oh, you really think you knew so much? You did so many things. You're ready for all the things that are about to happen. Just adding more filing cabinets. I just add more filing cabinets. I need to do that too. I think the other thing is, it's like if you're not accessing the memory like regularly, then it doesn't come up nearly as fast. Cause like like we all said, like when's the last time we used the word preposition outside of an English class, or if you weren't learning a language? So yeah, that took a minute to remember. Hi Amanda, how are you? How's it going? Dang, Total Recall, that's a power. That's a superpower. It's really good. But I think it's just, I guess in my everyday life as well, like what am I doing? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm having an existential crisis on stream. You're ready for 7.3! How are you? I'm so excited for you. Wait, is that next week? Or is that, wait, when is 7.3 stuff happening? I am doing okay. The summer is hitting. The summer is hitting hard, but we're trying our best to not have the summer sadness. That's what I'm working on right now. I did go out to see some friends and eat food. Still changed by Final Fantasy IX. Oh, I cut my hair as well. I had a Garnet moment, but I have not grown it back as fast as she did. Well, honestly, it probably took years, maybe more. I don't want to think too much on Final Fantasy IX. I'm gonna sad again. This is Tuesday. It's Tuesday, really? The summer is it's hitting hard. The summer has hands, okay? The horrors persist, but so do we. Yes, exactly how I feel at the moment. It continues every single day. And I need to go do good things for myself. I need to go to the gym again. I need to go like as soon as I wake up or something. I don't know. I'm also a little sleep deprived, so it's a lot of stuff. But I did clean my Owala, so like that's a huge win. I cleaned my Owala, so I have water to drink. I have ice water in here. And yeah. I'm very excited for you though. Like, good luck. I hope 7.3 is fantastic and wonderful. We're scheduling and working on Shadowbringers. Yeah, Shadowbringers, like finishing it up. It's definitely gonna, well, it's already August, but we're finishing this month for sure. I'm just figuring out the days we're going to stream it. I'm considering next week going to Otakon, maybe just for one day, because I don't have any friends to go with, because I think all my friends are busy. And yeah, I think everyone's busy. So I might try to go one day just for Artist Alley. And I might try to go one day, and then we're also going to be watching Witch from Mercury in Discord later, which I'm excited about too. Notice Walker. Oh my gosh, Amanda, Notice Walker. I feel that my friend hangout was last week, so I need to plan another. Honestly, we need to get out. We need to take care of ourselves and see our friends and do stuff. Actually, today I ended up going over to my friend's house and I brought over like breakfast stuff, and we just made breakfast together. And I was like, maybe next time we could do lunch. Like we could make like some katsu next time, or curry or something. I don't know, maybe not something hot. It's kind of like really warm right now. But I was like, because it's kind of nice to just like eat and cook with others. Because I live alone, and I really just miss eating with others a lot. I miss like being able to cook for another person, even if I was just sharing it with my sister or whatever. Also, thank you, Yami, for the ban. Hi, Church. How are you? How's it going? Never fear. Cat Girl is here. Hi, Alina. How are you? Adding more file counts doesn't mean I can't, I mean, I can find things when I look for them. Yeah, that's me. Maybe that's me too. There's like, they're in there somewhere. Sometimes they kind of just like, sometimes they get damaged, the memory, and then I just can't retrieve them anymore. But they're there somewhere. No Artist Alley, but what if I stream Artist Alley and you all can tell me if it's safe or not? As if me streaming card openings has saved me from me looking at the cards. I get that. I spent time with a friend last week and it was nice sharing meals together for a change. It's really, really nice. Like there are a couple of other friends that I want to see and like hang out, but sometimes I don't know. Sometimes it's because I'm not very close to them. So it's like sometimes it feels hard to like reach out and like befriend people. How do people make friends as an adult when they're not on internet? Hi King, how are you doing? How's it going? But I think I need to also pick up more hobbies outside of my apartment because I love gaming. And you know what? You know how everyone says this is a recession indicator? Maybe I have depression indicators or adjacent or depression-like indicators. Because you know when I started playing again recently? Overwatch? I started playing Overwatch again. So maybe that's actually my depression indicator, which is not good because I've been playing I haven't been addicted, okay? I just play for 2 to 4 hours at a time. Okay. I know. Also, hi Jake, how's it going? I think that is my depression indicator. It's not good. Just blindfold and have chat and have TTS turn chat direct you. That would be so funny. I know, it's really bad. 2 to 4 hours is not the worst, okay? It's at a time. It's not the worst. Actually, I think that 4 has probably been around my max. Are you crying? Are you crying, son? Oh my gosh, Jake. I have seen... Okay, I've not watched you play, but I've seen that you are currently streaming Endwalker. And I do lurk, but I don't look at the screen, I promise. But also, how have you been doing? I hope you've been enjoying your time. How's... Don't worry, I'm not watching. Same with Pen, I'm not watching. I'm just there to lurk, okay? Notice out here playing 4 hours taking. That's no. I haven't been playing 8 hours worth of Overwatch. I can like even show you. I can show you my entire log of like how many games I played in the last week. It's fine. But I haven't played. I have not. The real true indicator is if I start playing comp again, which I have not. So, you know, that's the upside, but I was considering it. The thing is, it's not Overwatch inherently that's like the game that makes me sad and depressed and stuff. It's me trying to seek out the dopamine that Overwatch gives me when I win a game, or if I like sweaty try hard so much that I carry my team to victory, which is not always the case, and it's not always something that you should rely on because there's always gonna be better players than you. And then like, you know, there's always gonna be better players. Your team's not always gonna want to do the same or have the same objective as you. It's just there. But I will say, that on the upside and not the sad side, the sad side is like I have been playing other characters. So I've been playing, aside from just Moira, I was able to play a little bit more Mercy, which I don't really play that much anymore. And then I was playing Kiri. I've been playing Juno. Juno feels kind of fun to play. I feel like there's definitely more escapes for her. I like her movement, and that's why I like Moira. And you know what we should do instead? We should talk about Final Fantasy XIV. Y'all want to do an Orban run? Anyways, anybody want to do Orban really quickly? That will make me happy, actually. I like doing Orban, but like the thing is, like we've done so much Orban that I actually basically kind of almost feel comfortable doing Orban as a tank, which is very surprising because I don't tank. I am a healer, white mage main, like through and through. I like healing so much, but surprisingly, I don't mind tanking an Orban as Dark Knight that much. As long as you don't merely make me main tank, which yeah, it's fine. Even if I do have to main tank, it's not the worst. Aside from the last one, which I know I need to pull back into center. Or is it center or the front? It's one of the ones Yami always yells to the tank of like, pull them back or pull Ultima back or whatever. So I can join if need be. If we have more than 8, we're gonna start a second group. White mage, best mage. I love white mage so much. And I love Assized. It's so good. I love my lilies. I've been like, when I'm not panicking, I'm on the lilies. We're on the lilies. We're min-maxing damage. We're making. I can't wait. So, okay, sorry, this is distracted. But like, I can't wait for us to do more extremes and stuff like that because we're slowly working towards doing T. Yeah, the Epic of Alexander. No, yeah, anyways, the Alexander Ultimate. Yes, the Epic of Alexander. You had it, the Epic of Alexander then? Duh, that is T. For some reason my brain was switching up the letters. Anyways, we plan to do that. Like, that is our end goal as a loose static in Discord. And we have done, as a static, we have done Shinryu Extreme Mine, and I think we're gonna either do Hades or Seat next, I think. And then eventually work our way up to T. Because I think we have to do some other savages too. We have to do a savage to unlock it. So that is on our list. And what am I getting at? I don't remember. Oh, because I'm excited for that because it's level 80 content. That means I can use my level 80 white mage abilities. I'm so ready. Because I also love temperance. Like, I love having my little wings and just like running around. And yeah, end goal? Yes, dream end goal is DSR. That's 100% dream end goal. Like, that, it's gonna take years. It will take years, but we can get there, I believe. And we're gonna have that title, right? Is it Heaven's Legend? Yeah, the Epic of Alexander. Okay, thank you. No, T is just the stepping stone. It is. T is our stepping stone. I was too much of a coward ever to do ultimates, not afraid of the content, just thought of completely. Yeah, that's the thing too. I don't know, like, I have friends who do party finder ultimates all the time, and I don't know if I could do it. I'm not sure I could do it. I don't think I'm at that level, but like as a static, I'm down. Yeah, Heaven's Legend, that's gonna be my title. And once you get it, I'm not researching titles. Believe in the brain that believes in. Honestly, thank you. You know what? That's what I needed. Maybe I need to watch Gurren Lagann again. Maybe I need to believe in the you all that believes in me. Yeah, I'm honestly, Party Finder scares me. I think I'd be down to do like a Shinryu Party Finder one day because we've done it so much at this point that I feel confident in it, but it still scares me because just randos. And what if I forgot? That's also the thing where I'm bad at the game. That's why I haven't done a savage yet. No, don't worry. And also, like, the thing is, it's so much easier and it feels so much better to go in with like a pre-made group. And yeah, Jake, if you're ever down or if you're ever interested as well, whenever we start doing our what is it called? Whenever we end up whenever we end up doing our static again, our startup or static stuff, I can add you to the Raider static ping. Party Finder for older content and dailies. And then doesn't scare me in terms of toxic, just scares me. It's so wasted time. And that thing is, it's probably that makes sense as well, especially since you play with statics. You have set people that are, willing and like ready to actually go in and make progress and like want to. So it's like the extra gamble of it. Yeah, prog liars trapping you or just never refute. Like, prog liars? What do you mean by prog liars? Do they like lie about their them having progressed to some point? Would join for Orban, but break time for you. Okay, no problem. Sounds good. And also 3 times 80 maps. Okay, thank you. I'll have to double check how many maps I have too. You know what? I'm in. Okay, Jake, you're in the Discord, right? I can add you. There's a Raiders only tab in the voices later on, and I can get you into that one. Yeah, the next one we're gonna do is probably in Shadowbringers. Yeah, really? That's, I mean, like, there are first-time people, and there are people who are willing to go into first time as well. But I'm assuming they're lying in order to try to attempt to get a carry through a clear? If the party fire says engage to clear, people will join. Oh, aren't ready to clear because they either think they're better than they are or want to. No, that's so annoying. They made it a tower, but 7 people were dead, and the tank killed the. And the tower killed the tank. We have to put up party finder saying progging final phase, and someone joins who haven't passed ads but doesn't say anything. They'll join asking for certain experience. And the thing is, I'm assuming those are also the people who don't study or like go in knowing the fight ahead of time, and they're like going through blind and expecting kind of that. That really, really sucks. Because like you just want clear expectations. Like if you don't know it, there are groups who are going to, you know, learn with you or whatever. They have no idea. I'm assuming people do this because, well, some people just don't care. Some people don't care. Some people, like you said, think that they're better than they are. And then, I don't know, I guess, like, entitlement? Because they think that they could just go through and get carried the entire time? I don't know. Yes, we do have some time. Yes, we don't have to do Orban right now. We can do Orban in a little bit. I'll probably end up doing the first quest for Fahalmin first. Let me fix my banks as well. Yes, everyone has time to to chill out before Orban. And also, we can do multiple attempts of Orban. We can do multiple Orbans. Like, we don't have to just do one. This is like Orban Central. Orban City here. I mean, even right now, we could see how many Orban gamers are available just at this moment. And then we can move forward and just redo it again. I don't have time for the store, so yeah. I don't watch videos. I don't want spoilers. Please carry. I mean, I make that face, but I did not watch any videos, nor did I study for Shinryu. So, but I'm willing to learn more. I'm open to learning, and I'm open to looking, especially if there's a phase that I actually don't get and I don't go through. But I also say that as the one who sandbagged us on final phase of Shinryu. Blind is fine if the group is expecting blind. Okay. Each difficulty is a big step up. Being blind and engaged to clear group is not. As long as everyone knows that you are. Yeah, I guess so. But I probably should study eventually in the future ones. I am excited for Hades though. Or Seat. I think both of them are going to be really cool. Which one do you think we should start with? If we start with one of those two? And I'll also probably end up just like streaming it to my ult account for progress sake. But like, is Seat harder or is Hades harder? Hi Maka, how are you? Okay, yeah, 100%. I'm 100% fine for studying for Savages and then T and DS. 100% for DSR at this point. Like, I think it'll already be a surprise and just like a huge like dopamine hit just reaching different phases, right? And like knowing what to expect it's just really smart. Doing good, thank you. I'm very glad you're doing well. We are being silly. We are also potentially finding friends to do Orban later. Yeah, I guess we're recruiting for Orban. Maybe no, I won't make. I was gonna say maybe I should make a party. No, I don't think I can make a party finder for Orban. Probably not. All right, let me move things around really quickly. Let me put the audio stuff down here. I'll also need to play an ad in a little bit actually too. So one moment. Be all over here. Okay, and I know the first quest that I plan to do for tonight is pretty short, is what I was warned. Okay, So put you all over here. Move chat over. Honestly, I don't know. I've just been feeling like not great lately. I'm gonna keep calling it summer sadness. I think it's just summer seasonal depression. But when does it stop becoming seasonal depression if it happens every season? Not every season. Not every season. Not every season. But I will say, like, streaming is really nice, and the distraction is nice. And the company is I really do appreciate the company a lot. Thinking back on running those on release, Seed is easier? Seed is easier? I remember I got pulled into a fresh UCOB with a streamer years ago. Had some, also some Chad ulti party finder gamers. We got through phase 1 and 2 in a lockout. Oh my gosh! I've done one lockout of UU and got to free with VC Chads. I'm down to learn anything about the ultimates. It's exciting. Usually in Discord, we're kind of like whoever's available at that time will just start, and anybody who wants to like weave it in and out is what usually happens. Some people aren't available the entire time, but yes, I think it's probably good for me to. Because we've been doing it on Sundays, and I'm wondering and thinking if maybe we should change to the other days. But I feel like a lot of people in our community have obligations or other statics already during the week, and I don't mind Sundays actually, especially if I start earlier and end earlier. So maybe we could like switch between like statics, our extreme statics, our prog statics, and then maybe like watch parties and stuff. Seed is easier but more fun in my opinion. So do we start with the more fun, easier one, or the harder one and then do the more fun one? Maybe the harder one. I'm just wondering as well from like Shinryu, should we maybe yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards Hades first, and then maybe after that Seed. Yes, today we are. I'm definitely down and willing to head out of Ether later on. Also, hi Cyber. I'm so sorry. I did not say hi earlier. I see your redeem. Hi Cyber, but I'm down to like head to Famfrit or Crystal or wherever else later on. But I think we're gonna start the questing, and also go see our friends. Go see our friends in Mordona, which we haven't been in a while. Oh my gosh, we can go into the kitchen and see if Alpha and Omega are there. Y'all been Discording? Yeah. I feel like at this point I've seen you enough times where I'm absolutely okay to give you a Discord link. Usually for Discord, I just kind of like give links whenever I see a person in our channel more than like 2 times and they have not been weird. They have not done !Discord every single time they've chatted, which is wild. I have seen like random people do that, and I don't know if they're bots or what, because I can imagine like some bots being programmed to just like enter a chat and do the command and then get access to the Discord and start randomly messaging and spamming people. But yeah. Also, thank you for reminding me to water. Everyone water yourself, please. Please drink water. No one weird? Weird. Okay. Weird derogatory, okay? Weird affectionate is fine. Weird good is fine. Weird derogatory is not allowed. Okay, so, Mordona. Yes, we're gonna start in Mordona. And should I be Dark Knight for a little bit? Maybe. I kind of missed the fit. I kind of missed the Dark Knight fit. It's cute. Man, my Dark Knight arc was like so short-lived. It was so short-lived. We're just going to Mordona. Oh, I gotta go see Chloe later too. Let's see. Where are we? All the way at the bottom. Discord. Dis the streamer control. Hi, Quizzled. Lolly ho. Notice in chat, lolly ho. Oh, Quizzled, I thought you were gonna say lolly ho. Lolly insert message ho. That's what do you mean a toothpick? This is not a toothpick. This is a butter knife, okay? Put some respect on my butter knife. All right? Wait, let me stand next to anyone else. Does this look like a butter knife? Oh wait, no. Let me stand next to somebody. That's not another Lala. Lolly, I'm definitely not getting everything to 100 before the new patch. Are you on the grind? It is, yeah, it's tiny. That's the minute hand off a watch. That's not a minute hand off a watch. Wait, let me stand here. It kind of does look like a toy sword. Like, it kind of looks like a shiny toy sword, just a little. Okay, Lala, I'm so pleased to be here, ho. Oh. Wait, so Quizzled, is your, like, full-time, do you usually, like, dress like a dwarf? Like, with the like, the outfits and the coloring and stuff? Time's up. I'll be 100% a short sword in your, in your Bemrose hands. I need somebody not the size of a Lala to stand over here next to me. Also, I need to go see if Alpha and Omega are in the kitchen. Let's do that first. Or I could like no life for more than I wanna. Are you sure? But like the thing is, if you no life, you have to make sure you don't like burn out though. Because if you wrong one. I think it's on floor 2. Yeah. If you no life it, just don't burn out before the actual patch and the actual content. Which, good luck everyone. I know nothing of what's going on, but like all I know is good luck to you. Oh frick, maybe it's not on this floor. Over here? Alpha! Ah, he's so cute! I forgot that he turned around. Oh my gosh. He turned around and quit. That's my bestie. Oh my gosh, he's so cute. I love him so much. And Omega's up here too. I'm so glad they got a happy ending. Truly. Okay, well, 3 for 3 raids? No, not 3 for 3 raids. Heaven's Ward was like a bittersweet happy ending. It was bittersweet. Okay, Stormblood, ultimately happy ending. Eden, ultimate, they honestly, all of them are kind of bittersweet. Well, more sweet than bitter, but they were happier endings for the raid series. Oh my gosh, look at him. Look at his face. Look at him. Look at that cutie. He's so cute. No. Does anybody else see him? How? Ah! We're the same height. Oh my gosh. Alpha and I are twinning. Do you see this little hair poof? We're like, it's that meme. It's like me and my best friend wearing the same hairstyle so they can't tell us apart. They can't tell us apart. They can't tell us apart. Look. It's the same. I saw Ormon in the stream ping. Hello. Hi, Shaba. Yeah, I think we're gonna definitely do. Yeah, we are 100% twinning. You can't tell us apart. We both had the little hair poof. Also, hi, Benja. Benja, thank you so much for the resub. I was so sorry. I think I was like very like locked in to the Alliance raids the other night, and I potentially was crying and depressed. Potentially crying and depressed because wow, Shadowbringers raid series. But thank you so much for the resub, by the way. I really appreciate it. It was a busy time when I did that. I appreciate you. Thank you. I weep his little hair. So cute. I'm also in the corner if you want to check your butter knife. Oh, there you are. Okay, wait. Can I jump up here? Okay. I need you. Okay, can you stand closer to me whenever? Yeah, okay. Do you have Viper unlocked by chance? I ask because I feel like this is a similar size weapon for you. Also, hi, Pravis. Oh my gosh, it's like literally the same size. This is not embarrassing at all. This is the same size. This is... This is... Oh my god, it's the same size. I think it's a very... Oh my gosh. For you too, Saray, I'm pretty sure it's the same size. This is the same size. Your Viper weapon is the same size as my great sword for Dark Knight. It's so goofy. I love it so much. Sadness bringers? No more. Okay. Okay. I already said that during 5.3, if anything else happens and I get sad and depressed, I was gonna cut my hair off, and look what happened, right? So, I'm predicting 5.4 and 5.5 is only happy bringers, right? I have to continue to be delusional for the rest of this expansion. I need to. I need to. Also, hi Pravis, tell me why I only did 1 day of Evo, still managed to have a blast. Oh, that's so fun. That's so great. I was thinking, cause I'm on the fence of like, should I, cause I want to go to Otakon. I'm like, should I just do 1 day maybe? I was like, is that enough? Am I gonna even have fun? And I feel like I will. It's like what you make of it, and like, you know, yeah, what you make of it. It's like going around, having fun, doing your best. And also like, yeah, did you end up going today, Pravis? Was it just the Friday that you ended up going to? You wanna go to Otakon so bad. Wait, Amanda, do you wanna go to anime and NYC? Yeah, NYC. Are you going? Have you decided? Just like maybe 1 day. Just like 1 day, and I'll maybe take the train or something. Remind you that we get a new alliance raid. Wait, that's the patch. You get an alliance raid. Oh my gosh. I know you all are gonna be very careful in terms of like no spoilers, but I'm very curious about like the prog of like how much you enjoy the alliance raid. You're so excited. I can't afford to go to any cons. Honestly, that's why I'm like thinking like, if I end up going 2 days, the full weekend pass is worth it. If I end up going 1 day, it's still cheaper than the weekend pass. So I might just end up going just 1 day because it does get pricey. I mean, the price of admission is like $50 plus just for like a day, or like almost $100 for. I think almost $100 for the weekend, unless you bought it really early, which I didn't realize. I didn't even really know Otakon existed that much until it was after PAX. 1 day, 1 day are a trip. Day 1 alliance raids are a trip. I hope it's very interesting. So more MSQ, new trial, new alliance raid gear. Are any of y'all taking PTO? Is anybody taking PTO for the day? I don't have tickets, and the voices are telling better being responsible. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Amanda. You're gonna save up for the next thing, right? What's the next thing? You're saving up. You got things to do. I don't know if you're going to TwitchCon. At this point, I'm definitely not going to TwitchCon. Not like if I had the money and the funds, and if I also like for traveling stuff, it would be cool to go 1 year, but I don't think I'm gonna go this year. Also, I think it'd be kind of cool. Like, what if I went to TwitchCon as a partner or something? I've been saying that for the last like 5 years, but if I end up going, it'd be interesting to see the difference. But at this point, I feel like a lot of just like, not even just local cons, but just like gaming, like conventions, or like maybe a couple of like anime cons or whatever would be really fun. And then MagFest as well would be really cool. Honestly, would love to. I've never been to a Ren Fair. I want to go to a Ren Fair. Which my friends told me there's a Ren Fair in like in the DC area that they plan to go to. So that'd be kind of cool. I want a Ren Fair. Ren Fair is so fun. I want a Ren Fair one day. And I also get a turkey leg. I want to get a turkey leg at a Ren Fair. Where's Nina? And then I also tried the new Riot fighting game for the first time. Doesn't care for League or Valorant. I'm tempted to play full on, but playing the test game on a pad was not the strat. Do you think you'll probably end up playing on a controller? I know the reason I haven't gone to a con in years is simply because I don't have anyone near with you and money. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's the money part. I'm gonna go alone, but I think I'm gonna try to maybe like stream it. Maybe the day I end up going. Maybe on my alt account or something, or I don't know. I was gonna, maybe not on Discord, but maybe stream it so at least I have you all to keep me company. Probably gonna server up the alliance raid. Server up? Wait, what does that mean? I really want the glam from the stew one, but I won't elaborate. Okay, so they've already shown the glam. I was planning on waking up 5 a.m. to get in. Oh, 5 a.m.? Oh, y'all are doing 5 a.m. 5 a.m. day one content? Yeah, this sounds like Dawn Trail release all over again. It was awesome the first time, continue to be fun. Okay, that's good. Yeah, the thing is, it depends if it's local or not. Like for Otakon, I could, in theory, take the Amtrak. I could take a train there, but it's definitely not gonna be like super. It's not like super local, right? I can still take the train and get there within like reasonable time and stuff. Yeah, for hotels is the biggest thing. I think lodging is always like, really painful, but that's why it's nice to be able to split with friends and stuff. No PTO, just an energy drink or two? This is Tuesday. Wait. Is Tuesday your... No. Tuesday isn't your work from home day, is it? We can always save. I'm probably gonna ignore MSQ and focus on Alliance raid. Like day one Alliance raids. If they had East Coast TwitchCon, I'd go, but alas, yeah. It's just, also, like, California's just so expensive. We know this. Like, it's just so pricey to fly across the country and then lodging on top of everything else. Miss those days, day one Alliance raids, people shouting at others not watching the walkthrough yet. And then I'm like so blind to current content. All I know, people are excited about it. I hope it's a great time. But it also means that like roulettes are gonna be a little rough. It's not gonna be like the regular players since they're gonna be focusing on main content. So for any of like dailies, we could also just make a small group of I'm not on current content stuff, but I also want to do dailies. Just make sure to bring sunscreen and good shoes. Okay. I'll probably, if I ever end up going to a Ren Fair, I'll definitely have like spare shoes too. Definitely do not wear boots that you had bought the day before. I'm sure is like the biggest thing of advice as well. Did I share my Ren Fair pictures with y'all? I don't remember. Did you get a turkey leg? Got so many. Okay, let's go back. That's good advice. TwitchCon is East Coast unlikely. Yeah, I don't think they'll ever do it. They'll ever do an East Coast one unless it's like in New York, potentially. I would only imagine, like, okay, like for real, like why would they go to Orlando aside from Disney World? But like maybe New York. I don't know. I could see maybe DC, but I don't think they would go they would go to Atlanta. I don't know. It's probably just closer to Twitch headquarters being West Coast. Hi, Jay. How are you? Sick going. What? You made bread? What'd you eat with the bread? Did you make a sandwich? Or did you make French toast? Which, by the way, that might be a good idea. Like, if you end up like having too much bread and you need to do something else with it as well. French toast would be great. Where'd y'all go? Oh, I went to go see Alpha. He's hanging out in the kitchen. Sorry, we'll be back out. Don't worry. Hasn't gone before COVID. You weren't missing much. If you remember, there's a lot of cheap cups full of unsupervised alcohol. Super dangerous. Put me off them. I haven't heard endeared me to them since. The thing is, I think the biggest appeal of TwitchCon is like meeting everyone else, like meeting other streamers. meeting other streamers and then like meeting like people in the community, which is really neat, or the potentially panels. But I don't think I'll end up just going, like if I ever end up doing a TwitchCon, I'll probably also end up going to LA as well, because like if it's still in San Diego, you take a train up to LA, and my sister lives kind of around that area, and I would just go to Disneyland, because Disneyland is in the middle of Anaheim, which is wild still. And they also eat food. Eat so much food while in California. Well, also I've heard San Diego is just also very beautiful too. Very expensive, but I've heard it's beautiful. I work from home, and I'm also on camera zooming in for like 6 hours. Boo! Why 6 hours? My advice is always go local ones. You don't need a hotel, or go with friends. Traveling your way out isn't worth it. Even if it's supposed to be fancy con. Yeah, so whenever I ended up going to PAX, I ended up using like points for everything, because it was kind of a slightly last minute. I really should have planned well ahead of time. But I ended up using points for my hotel room and like hotel room for my flight. And yeah, so I kind of burned those, which I really should have saved them, like for better cost per value kind of situation. But I know for next time. I live there. It's expensive. It's so pretty, but it's so expensive. Rainer, have a good time, Rainer Shine. Also, hi Del, how are you? Just read the stream tiles, K bye. No! We're not in the quest right now though, but have a good one, Del. It's good to see you. But Jay, how are you? Might use the leftovers for bread pudding. That sounds really nice. Ooh, stuffing would be really good too. Or just go to TwitchCon EU as the East Coast option. But I know even less EU streamers. At that point, should I just go to FanFest EU? No, because we do have EU friends, EU Final Fantasy friends. But I don't want to do that either. I want to eat food. I also want to eat food. Don't remind me. I had to deal with Disney World traffic last week. Ugh, no fun. I'm assuming it's because like it's like peak just summertime. Everyone's like in that area visiting in general. But yeah, it's like hot in Florida until basically Halloween. And that's no fun. And I can imagine it's probably still incredibly warm in Orlando for that sake too. I see the annual Dark Knight meetings in session. It's in the same area as Universal. And it is humid pretty much year round. So fun. Add an hour and a half to, that's so obnoxious and so tiring as well. Okay, also like just in general, I hope everyone's like what is it? It's like the cooling units for in your AC, like for AC in your cars and in your homes are topped up, and they are well maintenance, just because it is not currently a great pleasant summer. I had a heat advisory last week for like 2 days. Look at Alpha! Look at him! Do you see this little cutie? Oh, look at his little face! I love him. Okay, next big con I go to, I hope they have an alpha. I want an alpha, like, big plush, and I want to take a picture with him. AC, what does alternating current have to do with staying cool? Oh, just like being in your car for extended periods of time, because being in your car without AC in the summer is painful. That's it. No, not alternating currents. Air conditioning. Hi, Nightmare. How are you? Also, I was just visiting. I was visiting Alpha. And we're also out here having tea, hopefully with Cat Mom in a little bit. We had a 2-week-long heat advisory in the past month. Are you okay, Sasha? Are you making sure to take care and not overheat? But 2 months, like, it's been warm here, but the heat advisory specifically, to the point where it got up to like 109 with humidity and everything, it was at least a couple days. It felt terrible most of the time, but still. 2-week long ones had like 3 days in between. 3 days in between that were just like 90 degrees or something. I didn't see any alphas in Artist Alley and last week, and there were a number of Yastrolas. And grandpas as well. Oh, oh, that's fun. But I hope I see some merch if I end up going to Otakon, which is next week. I should really need to buy my passes. I end up doing it. I think I should just do one day. I should just do one day. I just want to go Friday, probably. Saturday's really busy, and if I'm alone, it's probably gonna feel overwhelming, like extra overwhelming. So maybe Friday is like the way to go. 3 days we're averaging mid-80s, which is more than normal in Ontario. Ontario? You're the wait, yeah, you're the Pacific Northwest. It's supposed to be cool up there. And it's supposed to have like an ocean breeze or something. I'm assuming it's high humidity too, right? Wait, Ontario. No. Sorry, that's British Columbia. That's BC. I don't know. That's directly, sorry, Ontario is Toronto. I'm sorry. I don't know geography for Canada very well. Well, it's still humid there anyway. Sorry. It's like, it had a 50-50 guess. Was this Toronto or is this BC? And I was like, I did it wrong. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I was trying to think, what's the other city on the other side? What's the city on the other side? I'm 4 hours east of Toronto. I really apologize. I have not visited much of Canada yet. Vancouver, yeah, Vancouver. That was the one I was thinking of. Is this Ontario? Butterfly me? Honestly, that's probably me at this point. Close enough. No, it's not close enough. At least I knew it was Canada, but that's not saying much right now. As you can see, my brain is kind of melted. And I'm gonna blame just all of 2025 and what is happening with my country. It's not good because I really should have more capacity in order to absorb more just, you know, information in general, but it's fine. I'm just gonna blame it on that. Hi there, Whitney. How's it going? The humidity was, we hit at 104. Okay, that's not good. I'm mid-Atlantic, and that's what we had. So you should definitely not be having that at all. Incorrect. Do not blame yourself for horrors. Don't do it. Okay, true. Too many horrors. A great thing to blame, right? You, right there with you. I'm gonna, you know, I don't want to think about it and talk about it too much because it just makes me depressed. But I'm just realizing it's only still 2025. I don't want to think about it too much. Hi, Giru. Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in, everyone. How's Final Fantasy XIV? I'm doing, like, so far, I visited Alpha and Omega. So we ended up doing that. And we're planning to, hopefully not be sad and depressed while talking to Cat Mom is our goal. So that's what's happening right now. So time to add, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Honestly, no. What I should play again is GeoGuessr. I'm gonna blame that as well. I canceled my subscription to GeoGuessr and I'm less geographically aware because of it. I am less aware because of it. Because it's the whole thing of like, if you don't actively like think about it or like it actually like you recall it in your brain, right? I'm just gonna forget about it eventually or just like be confused. And also if you are under stress, various amounts of stress and not your tip top, then sometimes things just get like mixed up and wires get crossed. So GeoGuessr again. How we played? I actually have. I used to play a lot of GeoGuessr. This was my before times from Final Fantasy. Yeah, this is from the before times. And we played a good bit and I got okay with it. I think the biggest tell is if we could find a, the biggest tell, like one of my strategies were, are they driving on the left side of the road? Kilometers or meters? Kilometers or miles? Sorry, kilometers or miles? How bad are the roads? How bad are the roads? And certain countries are not on Google Maps, therefore you have to eliminate them. Oh yeah, I should play Orizia Guesser. You're right. I really do need to play. GeoGuessr would slam me. I used to know the places were, and the info just popped. We all should play together again. What DC? We're on Ether and Sarg right now. We're just hanging out. If it ends up closing off, we can do something else later. Oh, the ad break is back. I'm so sorry for anyone who played ads. I watched ads. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I'm so sorry for the ads. We were just yammering about GeoGuessr. Or we should also play Orizia Guesser, which I'm really glad that the creator ended up making it so certain expansions don't show up in the Guesser thing. So that's really, really neat. But I should play GeoGuessr again. I forgot I'm sub right now until you said that. If anybody needs, they just recently like reminded me that I was still subbed, and I made sure to unsub it because I haven't played in like, I literally haven't logged in and played it for like 2 years. So I need to unsub that. I need to unsubscribe. Where are my ads? I don't know. Somebody stole them from you. You should report that. I forgot about Orizia Guesser and how I got real into it for a minute. I really should play it in the future. I think it would be fun. I probably think I would be not the worst. Yeah, I don't think I would be the worst at it. I wouldn't be the best, but I would not be the worst. I'm stupidly good at Orizia Guesser. It's just like, I could see that. I could see that. Just like the noticing like the small things of just like recall. And I wonder, I have a question. Does anybody know if Orizia Guesser has kind of updated with the graphical update by chance? Or is it still using old graphics? Well, I'm gonna do my ult to be jump scared by your HUD. Are you able to like update your HUD from your new one? I have a stupidly good memory. Why are you preventing me from participating in capitalism? I don't know. Like, your ads were just stolen, all right? And we have to report that to Twitch later. I, in fact, do not know. And it is always interesting to find out and know. Also, hi, Bori. How are you? Wait, who was above us? Somebody flew away, I think. It's tea time right now. Actually, this is really cute. It's just tea time hanging out. Which we do need, like I said, okay, we do need to talk to Cat Mom. Oh, what we can also do today as well, we could work on the Alliance Raid quest, the weekly quest. We could do that. So we could do okay, and we could do Orban. I think right now we're still waiting on some people to come back. Some people are having lunch and some dinner for pre-Orban. So I'll make sure to add everyone doing Orban. We can make 2 teams as needed and we can queue together, all right? Is Ether still open? By the way, yeah, we are gonna try to do an Orban run. Like I said, if we don't have enough people, we're gonna make several teams. And I think we should be able to get into the same one, just because Orban isn't on the tomes, the Mog tomes. So we could do a run together. Honestly, if we have enough people, maybe we could do a party finder. What if we could do a party finder? Probably not. I don't think I can get 24 people to do Orban with me today. Either almost always has one or another open for visiting. Okay, that's good. But yeah, we can always do cross-world friends as well. And I forgot I was waiting to fix it until your main got fixed all over the disaster, but I lost it and remembered. I'm glad that you fixed it though. I'm glad, like, do you have a backup as well? Also, oh, egg time, yes. I do have an egg macro actually. It's really, you know, you gotta feed your Lalas enough protein so they grow big and strong. You'd be in for Monastery? Okay, let's do for Monastery. Is that the math boss though? I've been itching for Orban. Oh, oops. Okay, we're good. Does anybody have Orban for your Wondrous Tales? I'm preferred for the Armageddon this time. I didn't know potatoes ate eggs. Is this a potato salad in my stomach? Yes. Yeah. Potato salads can have eggs. Southern potato salads have eggs, by the way. Math boss, I missed some. I have a pretty high success rate with math boss. It freaks me out sometimes at first. I get really stressed out, but it's usually not too bad. Oh, thank you for the water shot and the reminder. I need that. Estelle and Joshua? Who is Estelle and Joshua? I want math boss emote so bad. That would be such a cool dance, like emote for like an idol. Like the idol animation for your mount and stuff. Everyone should wait until my all unlocks all the Evilist alliance raids. Honestly, Shaba, if you get to the alliance raid stuff, just tell us in Discord and we'll do them with you. Like, we'll force whatever data center you're on to do them with us. Are they part of a dating sim? Do you want to go through it? We'll do it. I don't think any of us cares. We'd be down. Okay, I actually should do content. It's an hour and a half. It's an hour and a half in. But look at her! I do love my Lala a lot. I think she's very cute. But I think like almost all Lalas are absolutely adorable. Look at all these adorable Lalas. She looks like she's trying to be so edgy. I mean, if you get technical, there are some dating sim aspects to the games. Have you convinced another streamer to play them? Hi, Hildy. An hour and a half in with no content? You call that a regular stream here? We're... Okay, well, Fizzy used to call it community building, right? This is just normal. Sometimes you just need to catch up and yap a little bit and just be silly. Okay, we should talk to Cat Mom. She is lost in her memories. Preposition, very important. Very important. All right. Oh, okay, one final journey. So that's definitely Minfilia. This is baby Minfilia. Valhalmin appears lost in her memories. Oh, notice. Forgive me. I did not see you there. Ever since you spoke to me of your last memories with Minfilia, I find myself often thinking of memories I shared with her. And it was during one such moment of remembrance that a missive arrives from an acquaintance in Ul'dah. Even now, I can scarcely believe the letter's contents, written as if in answer to my heart's lamentations? My heart's lamentations. Such fortuitous timing is nothing short of a miracle. No less than your arrival here this day, I should think. I'm about to depart for the Sultanate to meet with my acquaintance, you see, and I cannot think of a better companion for this journey than you. Will you not indulge me with your company? I would not begrudge your absence, but if you are so inclined, it would mean more to me than you know. Oh, how can I refuse? I suppose if I must. Okay. You don't think you ever did this quest? It was on my spreadsheet, so I was told to do this one. Miniphilia! This is the OG Miniphilia! How could I refuse? Is this something to do with Miniphilia? Aww. She needs the company. You are too kind, my friend. Okay, I am still a little upset that she kind of blamed us for Minphilia after we saw her after Realm Reborn. It kind of like, I was like very, like, it touched my heart whenever she was like glad that to see us again, but it also, my heart definitely broke when she started blaming us. And I know that it's only because she was feeling a lot and it was like a rush of emotions, but like, I was like very upset. I was incredibly upset when that happened, and I've never forgotten. Okay, you are too kind, my friend. But like, I have to see her as like also like a grieving mother, so I don't like hold it against her, but like, it's still something that you remember over time, even if you do like forgive people, right? We are to meet on the steps of Thal, in front of the Esteme's Aesthetics. Pray go ahead, I will be along shortly. Shadowbringer's quest sound. Yep, I never did. Doing it now? Okay, yes, you can do it. Well, she is right here, very luckily. Better if anybody wants a TP. And get everyone along. Lemon tarts? Close enough. Oh. Hi, Super. How are you? How much would you bet Notice would love the franchise? A lot. You think I would like it a lot? Oh no. Oh no. Wait, is this one of the ones you suggested in Discord, Sasha? Gates of Null, right? Steps of Null. Steps of Null. Wait, where Steps of Null? Killer Instinct. One final journey. Where is it? One final journey. Gladiators Guild. Okay. I have we could potentially put it on the list. We have a lot of games to go through. The rare time when the wrong dialogue option would be nice. Be nice to Cat Grandma. Oh, a lot of us are doing this quest together. I hope I have not kept you waiting over long. Valhamin, thanks for coming on such short notice. Short notice? I'm kidding. Wait, we've met these two before. Notice, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Ah, you're acquainted. Then I needn't worry about introductions. Notice was with Minfilia in her final moments, you see. I thought it only right that she be present. So is it true, my friends? Did you find it? To start from the beginning, the concern was contracted to work on the waterways below Ulda. Wait, did they find something down there? Did they find something from a realm reborn that she left down there? Naturally, this included reconstructions of the aqueducts. The place Minfilia and the others fled after the ill-fated banquet. Aye, and while we were clearing out the tunnel, a glint amidst the debris caught our attention. Cat's eye. At first we wondered how it got to be there of all places. But then we remembered the stone Minfilia gave you all those years ago. Wait, are they part of the mining guild? I remember I've met them before, but I don't remember when. Oh, the song, what? No, this song makes me very, like, I don't know. I feel very emotional when I hear this song. Okay, all right. There's no mistake about it. This is the self-same stone. I think they talked about this. About a stone. Yeah, they talked about this before. I'm pretty sure, like, in prior MSQ of, like, yeah, when they reunited the first time, right? Yeah, when Minfilia reunited with Valhamin the first time and they talked about the stone, then oh my gosh, this is going all the way back. I mean, of course, like they would connect the story and they would loop back. It would only make sense why they like have like loose strings and stuff. Oh, we helped save their sister back in a realm reborn. Okay, thank you. Right? Didn't there was a storyline between them with Valhamin and Minfilia and like this stone, I think. Right? Yes, we are on Sark. Also, hi Idolac. But do we have Notice play the original or do we wait for the remake? I think when they first found each other again, we reunited them because I remember that quest. That was so long ago. The first stone she ever unearthed and those Halcyon? In those Halcyon days when she was still called Acelia? No, Asilica? Is it Asilica? Hi, Emmy. Thank you, I appreciate it. I said in 5.3, if anything happens in 5.3, I'm cutting my hair off. So it happened. But how are you, Emmy? How's it going? I have work tonight, so goodbye. Bye, Allie. Thanks for stopping by. I shared one of my Ren Fair outfits and since everyone else was. I will look at it, sorry. Okay, all right, I need to lock in. So I'm pretty sure, I think there were callbacks, or like there was a hint at some time when Falhamen and Minfilia had reunited the first time about the story about like, I'm of a stone? Or some kind of like jewelry or necklace? Maybe I'm making it up, but I'll have to look back later on. But the very first stone she ever unearthed in those halcyon days when she was still called Acilia. She was beaming with pride when she presented it with me. It was a gift I would treasure for years to come. Also this song though. Until the day came when she needed it more than I. She seemed so lost. She seemed so lost that day in the waking sands. I knew that the cat's eye would remind her of how far she had already come and instill her with a little more courage to take the next step. To think that she wore it all this time. When we searched the waterway shortly after the collapse, we didn't find a trace of the Scions. No belongings or anything. Curious it would appear after all this time. With the stone in hand, Minfilia pressed onward in her quest for true peace. Never once did she look back. Oh gosh, no. Please don't make me cry today. And though she is gone, her legacy lives on. And you notice, and in the Scions, and in the child Reem. Safe in the knowledge that others continue to walk in her path, she has sent this stone back to me. This I choose to believe. She has earned her rest. I shall bury this stone, that she might have peace in the hereafter. Where are you thinking? Next to where her father lies? Indeed, there's no better place than with your loved ones. Well, you're doubtless keen to see that, so we won't keep you any longer. We'll find a moment to go and pay respects ourselves afterwards. Till next time, take care. Thank you, both of you. Oh. I'm begging not to cry today because I don't have any more tissues left. I don't have any more tissues left. I can't do it. Robertson was interred here in Ulda at Erlig's burial chamber. Around the time of the Scion's findings, he was moved to the church of Saint Adama Landama, under the care of Father Iliud. Come notice, let us seek out the father and request his permission to bury the stone. We need to continue. I can't listen to the song anymore. But yeah, so 5.3 happened, and therefore this has gone. It's kind of fun as well because like I liked having long hair, but like I've always wanted to try short hair or like give it an attempt, and it's like it's summer and it's uncomfortable, and I ended up like doing my family trip and I was like, why not try it? Because I was also kind of curious because my hair is a little wavy. So I wanted to see if my hair would wave a little bit more having short hair. And it kind of does. But I think the biggest thing is I cut my own hair because I unfortunately missed my appointment and I just chopped it. Oh, what is happening over here? I chopped off my hair. Is he okay? I don't think he's okay. Never mind. Ever has man sought to better his life? How long has this guy been here? Okay, I'm gonna go inside the church. That's not my quest. Not my quest, not my problem. He's fine. He's been there since A Realm Reborn. Oh my gosh, what's happening here? He's fine. Oh, okay, there you are. I was just telling Father Illid about Minfilia and the cat's eye. Also, hi there, Ak, how are you? How's it going? Yeah, hi, chill. Who's cutting onions? Right. But I can't cry today. I have no tissues. Welcome, my child. Welcome. Valhalman has explained to me the purpose of your visit. I see no reason to refuse you. Minfilia would wish to rest with her father. I have known her since she was but a child, full of hope and wonder, an aspiring young miner following in Valhalman's footsteps. A dutiful student, to be sure. Nary a day passed that she did not set out into the wilderness with a pickaxe in hand. But fate would see her set aside the miner's tools, instead don a mantle of greater responsibility. She was as passionate then as she was in her childhood, fire in her eyes that refused to be extinguished. It was the flame that compelled me to lend the scions my support without a moment's hesitation. To see so many brave, noble souls continue her work, it only reaffirms that I was right to place my faith in her. Forgive my meandering musing. You have not come to hear me wax nostalgic. Pray see to burying the cat's eye. The 12's blessing be upon you. Thank you, Father. Come notice, Roberton's grave is just south of the church. Sun-dried? No! Don't say sun-dried dead guy. Oh, wait. Also, hello. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize the party was full. We can get you into the party. Are you here for Orban? Wait, as a heads up, we're gonna do an Orban run later. Does anybody want to do Orban with us? We're gonna make 2 teams potentially. We honestly, if we have enough people, we're gonna do a party finder. Are you here for Orban Super? Wait. Also, oh my gosh, this quest reminds me so much of the Moon quest, where we, like, essentially it was like the burial one, like saying our goodbyes to her and everything. It's fine. We're fine. Oh, there she is. Oh, Valhalman. Here it is, notice. It was 20 years ago that Warburton came to Ul'dah, risking his life and limb to warn us of the threat encroaching on Eorzea. 20 years ago that my ambition robbed him of his life, a daughter of her whole family. I don't know. It's really interesting because Thancred and Valhalman seem to blame themselves. I wonder if that was partially why they both seem to, like, take on, or to, you know, kind of adopt Minfilia. Oh, man, it's so depressing though. It's like, it's just, I don't know, it's just so sad. But she was still, like, Minfilia was still so full of hope and, like, wanting such a better life for everyone else, despite having such, I don't know, very rough upbringing, a very, very rough start of life. Oh, this song too! You would have been so proud of her. She was a warm, compassionate, and vibrant woman, always ready to answer the clarion call of duty without a moment's hesitation. Just like our father. In the end, that selflessness would save not one, but 2 worlds. Now our duty has ended, and though you are worlds apart, I pray with this stone, this precious gem from Massilia, a part of her remains at your side. As she remains forever in my heart. Oh, Massilia, never did I imagine such greatness could be born from a beginning so humble. I'm proud to have been there for your first triumph. Not only did you find a gemstone, you found your own path. That path took you far away to a place fraught with danger. But you have achieved all you have ever desired, and you have returned. Rest now. Rest now, Massilia. My dearest daughter. Won't you say a few words too? Oh, I don't. This is like really, truly like saying goodbye and everything. I don't have any tissues today. Leave the rest to us. Your legacy lives on. You can rest now, Minophilia. Okay. Leave the rest to us, so that she can hopefully rest well. There's much I've left unsaid, Tessilia, but I felt as though a weight has been lifted. With a lighter heart, I shall return to Mordona and resume doing my little part for the Scions, for her legacy. Wherever you may be headed, please take care, and when you meet them, do pass my regards to Thancred and Reen and all the others. Thank you, Notice, for everything. I don't know. It just always feels like you always want to kind of like hold out a little bit of hope that she's still somewhere out there. And like, maybe she is. Maybe. Maybe there's a little bit of Minophilia somewhere there with Heidelin, hopefully. I don't know, but I know she ended up giving a lot to Reen in order to help her and for Reen to help us. But like, it feels like it feels like this is it feels like they really like wanted to like close this chapter. I don't know. One final journey. It was very short, but it does feel like, you know, it does feel like the end of that chapter. Oh, Minophilia. I think that's a neat little no. I don't know. Has that flower been growing behind the grave this entire time? I wonder if these flowers are common here. I mean, there's another one here. Or these are different flowers? I don't know. Are these flowers common? There's a lot of flowers. Actually, there's a lot of flowers in the cemetery. Maybe they are. We aren't doing too well. No, we aren't doing too well at this no more depression thing. Yeah. I didn't realize. I was not prepared today. I did wear waterproof eyeliner. But that was not because I was expecting to cry. It's just because I just wore it. Gonna call her later because for some reason it's raining inside my bedroom. What's wrong? Yeah, you need to contact them and you need to ask why there's rain inside. There's something wrong right now. I just came because I have PC once more. Oh, wait, Super, are all your controls the same? Were you able to upload your controls from before? Yes, welcome back, Super. Welcome back to 14. We missed you, and we're glad that you are back. Oh, by the way, did you also want to do that Shadowbringers dungeon later on? I think we're gonna do an Orban run first. I guess we can all, well, I don't know, where are we gonna meet? Y'all wanna meet back in Gridania? We can do an Orban run first, and then we can potentially do the Shadowbringer stuff later as well. Oh, it's the same one. Okay, I see. Hi, Hilda. I think it's really odd that none of the other Scions were part of this. I wonder. I have a question. When did that end up unlocking? Because did that end up unlocking like right? It was before all the Scions came back, right? So it was like kind of like a goodbye before they came back. It was before 5.3, right? Okay, that's why. Because I ended up doing this. No, this is post 5.3 at this point. I don't have Orban? Wait, Super, which one do you have right now? Or which one do you need? Do you need to do math balls? It was 5.1. Okay, okay, thank you. It was before they returned. That's why she said go like to thank Green and thank Grid as well. I see this. I probably will not end up doing Dark Knight. We are on our Sage we're on our Sage arc right now. Sage learning. Where do I check? I would check right here under Raids, Stormblood, and Alliance Storm. Which ones do you have here? I don't either on my ult. I need to unlock the Stormbloods. Well, everyone, honestly. Yeah, tell us whenever you unlock them and if you need any help on them, and we can gather people. You have a Lighthouse? Oh, wait. So do you know if you've done Lighthouse? Or do you need a quest for Orban? Or do you need to do Lighthouse? Server? We're on Sark right now. But yes. I haven't done Lighthouse, not checked out. I see. Okay. Well, for anybody who wants to do Orban with us, can you come to this pen over here? We might end up making 2 teams for an Orban run. Yeah, we actually might. I mean, I'd be down for a double feature. Should we do a double feature Lighthouse Orban run? Lighthouse into Orban? I mean, I'm down if everyone else is down. Time to carry Super into Lighthouse. Super, you want to do Lighthouse today? By the way, Super, I think there are a couple people in Discord right now. We've been having... Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, if you need any help specifically for callouts for Lighthouse, you could probably hop into Discord. I think we could get, convince a couple people to kind of explain stuff. Shava, you have to unlock it. I zoomed to my PC. Elle, were you doing errands today? Or not errands, but like chore stuff. But yeah, we can do Lighthouse first because Lighthouse is fun, and then we can do Orban. We can do Orban afterwards. I'm working on it. And I think my Lala alt has it unlocked. If you ever need it unlocked, just give us a heads up too. I'm 2 skills away from Rathalos. We can work on that Rathalos later. Okay, fine. Hang on. I'll get to my main. Take your time. I'm waking up. Triple feature? Are we doing a triple feature tonight? Okay, we can work on stuff. So what we can do is we can work on Lighthouse into Orban. And then we can also work on... Yeah, Lighthouse into Orban. And then we can work on... What's the other stuff? I'm so sorry. I'm not well versed in the Lighthouse. So that we're gonna have to figure that out. And Lighthouse into Orban. We can try to do Rathalos. Or honestly, if we don't have Rathalos on stream, we can do it off stream too. Triple feature. Okay, we may do a triple feature if we can get Shaba to unlock. Shaba, do you want to work on the questing to unlock the first one while we do Lighthouse? Or do we do all 3? Should we just do all 3? I mean, you'd have to quest though. Oh, you have it ready to go. Okay, should we do a triple feature? Let's start from the beginning. Super, are you down to start from the beginning because you don't remember it anyway? And we'll just do all 3? Okay, we're just doing a triple feature apparently. Okay, triple feature. This is a this is Stormblood Alliance raid. We're gonna find people and just do teams. Okay, all right. So, can I get a exclamation point join? Can I get a head count really quickly of who is going to be joining into the runs right now? Into these Stormblood runs? I just want to make sure to see how many teams we have. I don't think Party Finder is necessary. I don't think we're gonna be able to do a Party Finder, but I think it'd be easier to be able to split everyone up, or split between 2 teams at least, or 3. I don't know, maybe. I can, but I need a minute. Okay, yes. As long as you go ahead and do exclamation point join. We won't do it right away. We're still figuring out the 2 teams. All right. There we go. Okay, let me count. Let me see how many people we have. Oh, I need to do Orban ping. Orban. Oh crap. Okay, we have at least 2 teams. Triple feature, Stormblood, Alliance, Raid in stream right now. Can you, yeah, don't worry. I will give you all, yes, we will, whoever the lead is, we'll do a countdown together. So we'll be able to get into it. I was trying to figure out where to grab food from, so I guess we'll order delivery and try the triple feature. Life is perfect today. Going fully release. It is fully release. So I'm going to give a quick tip. Is anybody willing to hop into the Discord or to do like tips or callouts or anything like that? Like, I'll probably just go in. I'm just going to be chilling. I could also just listen and just keep going. We can communicate for game timing. Yes, triple feature. I'm down. Okay. Let me also double check. So we have 14 people, 15 including me. I'm gonna also do. Okay, if anybody needs an invite to the Crossworld link shell, just give me a heads up. All right. We're doing a triple feature Evilise raid. I can hop into VC as a listener. Okay, callouts sounds good. Don't worry, you're all good. I can join VC for a bit. Okay, thank you, Tuesday. We're gathering people. Hopping over to Ether? Alright. Pen, can you do exclamation point join? If anybody has not done exclamation point join yet, can you do that in chat just so I can just get a head count of like splitting people? We are meeting in the Carbuncle Corral, by the way. Yes. Oh, where are you? I don't have permission of— I don't have permission of the Discord? Wait, what do you mean? Same as well? Oh, I didn't realize you weren't in, Elle. By the way, we've also made a primal. As of the other night, we made a primal Crossworld link shell whenever we're over there. So if you are not in that link shell, whenever next time we go over there, just give me a heads up. If someone started talking about you, ARZ again, no, you lost 40 minutes in ARZ, I guess, sir. Oh, all right. I guess later I can make a link shell for us. Oh, Kiwi, we have one. We have one already in Primal. Did I get Shadowbrand? I can't enter my other voice channels work. Oh. Is it specifically the Orban one you can't join, Super? Here, let me see. Super, did you get banned? Why can't I invite you? Where are you, Super? Wait, Super, go into one of the other ones and I'll drag you in. That's weird. Permissions? No, I didn't exclude anyone. Oh, Crystal, I see. I don't see the other ones. Are they collapsed? Are they collapsed by chance? No other voice channels? Oh. I'll get in for Lighthouse and Warbond. Okay, okay. It should be under extended warranty. You got in. Are you not able to talk? Do I need to fix something? Oh, I can't. Okay, okay, that's fine. All is good then. All right, cool. Now I'm gonna try to make team 2. So wait. So you have 1. Trying to figure out who. All right, I will be back. Yami, I'm gonna give you lead for now. Okay, where's Tuesday? How many people are in this one? Okay, Pen as well. I'll put you in this team since you're in VC right now. Pen. We got the refresh. Ether's closed? All of Ether is closed? Okay, are we going to Fanfrit? All of Ether is closed. It's only 6 o'clock. Okay. All right. Let's go. Let's go to Famfrit. Okay, Primal, everyone. Go to Famfrit. I'll see you in Gridania and Famfrit. Disband everything. Meet at the same place. See you there. Is always open. It is, but the only issue though, Nightmare, the only issue is we might not be able to find enough people to do Alliance raid. Like, otherwise, if we was just us, if we had 24 people, we could definitely be down. The last week, to be fair, it's true. It's true. People aren't at work. I know. Okay, if anybody wants to join us, go to Famfrit Primal. I do build cross-world link shell in there. We're gonna get everyone in as well. Okay, I will also end up putting a Primal Famfrit. I'm gonna put up a pin message. Okay. Storm Blood Alliance raids. Primal. If we assemble the cult, we don't even have 24 people, we have 14, okay? We have 15, 16 including me. We don't have a full 24. But maybe we can convince more people. Wait, if we go to Famfrit, I'll start getting FC invites in my DMs again. I'm sorry, Mort. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right as well. It is Moogle Tomes. I also need to play an ad. I need to go to the bathroom. We gotta do a lot of things. All right. Where in Famfrit now? Famfrit now. Hello. Okay. Everyone over here. We'll assemble teams again. Where's my bubble emote? Macros. You know what? I'm actually gonna, yeah, do the light stick. That's actually really cute. The bubble into the light. That actually was really cute. The bubble into the light stick. Because it lingers. That was cute. Just in the last boss, then be over. Okay, okay, take your time. Everyone take your time. I still need to play an ad. I need to go to the bathroom. We are gathering people. It's gonna take a little bit of time for everyone to get here, so I will be right back. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and play an ad now. But the first one we're going to do is, Rabanaster. Oh, and if anybody wants an invite to our cross-world link shell that is very, very new, I'm gonna just start giving them to everyone. If you don't want to join, I do not. You are absolutely fine. Oh, I know you are in. Wait. I gotta give you new link show. Who this? New link show. Who this? Kiwi, I invited you last time, right? What happened to the old one? You cannot have a link shell on your... You can't create one on your not home server. Link shells are specifically DC specific. So data center specific. So this one is our primal one, and then we have our ether one. So that's what it is. That's what happened. That's why we have two, because this is our secondary place that we usually our backup area. Miss L. Oh yeah, you're right. Miss L does need one. Wait, there you are. Oh, Carbuncle Corral. Let me. Thank you. Thank you for joining, everyone. Okay. All right. You bunch of nerds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then Quizzled is coming. Wait. Oh, did I miscount? 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15? 15-ish right now? Just on the last boss. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I think, yeah, Nia's gonna be joining us for the one for later on. I think some of our regulars right now are busy doing maps and stuff, which I'm down for maps later, potentially as well. And then also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom. So, I will see you soon. Do I have ads? Do I even have ads on this? Oh, no. I don't know if I have ads on this stream deck. Scenes? BRB. Oh, that hopefully that worked. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll see you soon. Okay. Hello, how's it going? I have not been past Shadowbringers. No spoilers, please. Super, you're past me. I think you have to begin 6.0 technically. You made it back. Hi, Idolak. Wait, Idolak, are you gonna join us for Shadowbringers? Or no, Stormblood Alliance raid? Just barely. Yeah, just barely. You have 2 patches on me basically. All right, let me get back to the gameplay. Let's make 2 teams. Do I get everyone? Is everyone here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we have 2 full 16, 17. Wait, 17? Wait. Did I not count? Do I know how to count? Okay, everyone stand still. 1, 2, stand. No, Yami, stand still. 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wait, do we have more than 16? Oh, frick. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm 17. I'm number 17. Just got it. I wasn't in the joint counter. Okay, no problem. Should we stand still, making counting easy? Yeah, we should do Party Finder. Yeah, I think we should do Party Finder. I'm gonna go ahead and make one. Give me 1 second. Party Finder. We're just gonna do normal Party Finder though. Alliance. So we're doing city, like Rabanasters first, correct? Okay, this is it. Everything looks good. First time clear with friends. Okay, there we go. That should be good. Join whatever one you want. We could do mine. We can do mine for Orban. Let's do the Orban mine. Oh, also, where are you? Idolak, let me invite you because you are not in here and therefore you do not know what the party. You know there's a party finder up. Let's do Orban mine. Let's do Orban mine. Okay. You're down for Orban mine? Okay. Just welcome. Hi, Lady E. You can join in a few minutes. Okay. Yes, please do. We're gonna try to do a full 24 right now. I'm gonna redo this as well. Public party finder. Find. Let's do Orban mine with 3 smaller parties. You made it public from the get-go? Yes. It should be okay? Did you want me to make it private and then public? I didn't think it was a problem. Unless it is a problem. If it's a problem, I will disband. It's fine, we ball. Okay, that's what I'm hoping. Oh, frick. Why did... I can't pin my own message. Oh, it's already pinned. Never mind. Nah, it's fine. It should be fine. We have enough space. Yeah, we should have enough space. We already have 16. Hello, Alliance chat. I advise to the randos it isn't no to come here and watch. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Sure, if it's not mine. 3 tanks, 3 healers, rest DPS. 3 healers? Aim please for the win. I don't want to bother anybody. I don't want to bother anybody. 3 healers that sit check. No, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that healer check on mine. Evilist walk around. Okay, this is not my run. Maybe. Okay, nerds. Maybe for my birthday, whenever we end up doing Orban all healer run, we can walk through that. We'll just enjoy the scenery together. It should be fine. Okay, we're at 16. Are we missing anybody? I thought I counted 17. If we have exactly 16, we could just force people to join us. Do we only have oh yes, thank you, Lady E. Okay, somebody else, I feel like somebody else has not joined yet though. Here, I'm gonna put it in say chat. Where's my party finder? Party finder. This is also incorrect. I didn't notice you'd. We cannot keep with 9 to 26. Yeah, me, I got a little busy. I did don't wait up. Okay, no problem. I want DPS on run take. Maybe we can do Phoenix Downs, you have to wait for later on. Lolly, back to the Alliance raid. Sorry about Alliance raid toe. Oh, Pen, you did not have to shout chat that. How many people went to the wrong channel? So over 10,000 followers. It's fine. I wouldn't have shout chatted that. I would have just said chat. Join us, not a cult. No, stop shout chatting. Don't do it. No one's gonna join anyway. Evilist got crowd unhinged today. Absolutely. We're not living up to the didn't notice you. Totally. Stop shout chatting. Oh my gosh, stop. All of y'all. Why don't we try Limsa? You're gonna go to Limsa and no, I'm not going. Let's not hassle the locals. I'm trying to figure out who else we could convince to join us. Wants to hustle? You want to hustle them? I mean, really, if we don't have enough people, sounds like a call. Uh-oh. I was gonna say, if we don't have enough people, we can just like join as 3 teams plus a duo. Or we can just like slightly join as 3 teams and then hopefully fill, right? I mean, can we do this? Can we do this with what we have? Can we do this with 17 people? Is it possible to do with 17 people? I don't know. I'm unsure. We already did our Orban tag. It is a sadly not mine. We're not doing this mine. We're just doing this normal. Oh, from Bleach? Wait, Bori, is that who you're cosplaying as? Any mechanics we fail? I'm not sure. You have to ask Discord. Ask VC. I don't know how we queue. I don't know either. Will it let us? I mean, it would let us. It would for sure let us. Because we've done unsynced before too. No body checks? We should be fine. Also, Wayward. This is the answer to your question. See, no one wants to do Alliance Raid with us. It's okay. It's fine. Like I said, we could try to do 3 teams later on. Oh wait, Quizzle, did I get you into the... If you want to join, you don't have to. Wait. AoE splits. Oh yeah, the first one. Oh, I haven't done this. I haven't done Ravenester in so long. Oh, this might be kind of silly. This might be kind of really silly. Okay, all right. We might need to just queue in as two full teams and then a third team, and just make everyone fill. This might be silly and fun. I think we might need to just fill. I don't think we can get a full party finder right now. That's convenient. I was on Primal last night. Yeah. The wiggle! I always thought that you were cosplaying as something, but I couldn't put a pin on it. It makes sense. Makes me want to watch Bleach again, though. But I feel like it's long. I read the manga, and then I read the manga, and then I watched a little bit of the anime, but I didn't fully finish. Okay, Lady E, whenever you're on, give me a heads up, okay? I just don't want to leave without you or anything. Okay, how about let's split this? 8 people inside, 8 people outside. And then anybody left over, we're just gonna get people together. Okay, we need 8 in and out. Oh wait, we found somebody! Wait a second, we found somebody. Maybe we lucked out. Who? We don't even know who this is. Sorry, I was trying to find your controller. No, take your time. I watch Bleach until the filler are... I'm assuming there are people that has guides, right? Welcome to Fun Times. Okay, do we need to start recruiting a friend? we need to start bringing +1s. Good luck. The raids are fun between. They can be pretty long. Orbon is our favorite. Okay, so actually not that bad. We only need 4 more people after Lady E joins in. Who is on my friends list right now, and who can I convince to join us? Oh, wait a second. Another rando, perfect. Holy worth. Oh, y'all shouted in Uldan Limsa. Thanks, I appreciate you. Kiwi join! Okay, we only need 3 more. We're in the single digits again. Hi, Kiwi. already joined. Okay, we only need 2 more. Oh my gosh. We got any primal friends? I might be able to suggest. Okay, it's another cross-worldling Shellman. Everyone loves Evilise. We only need 2. Would you shout out in... Oh, one more. Would you shout out in Ulda and Limsa? We got 0 biters in Gridania. Healer save me. I'm not your healer, so. I'll shout Upper Limsa. We're just doing the Alliance raid link to the party finder. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Full house! Let's party in Evilise! Okay, alright. Everyone good? Gear good? Gear check? Oh, Tuesday's tanking in B! Okay, Kiwi. Hands check. Have fun, Evilise. Thank you, Wayward. Are you still doing Eorzea Guesser? Okay, so we are waiting for owls right now. No need for mine. It's balanced as is. I think it's chaotic. It's plenty chaotic. No, I put that down. Okay. Tell me whenever you're ready. Wait. Okay, cool. One more. And we'll go into it. One more ready check. Kiwi! Kiwi! Kiwi, wake up! You pre-ordered it last night. I'm ready. Okay. You do not ready in game though. We're going in. Was made for me, Elise. Sorry. Hi, Drax. Also, how are you doing? We were talking about the Final Fantasy Tactics remake that's going to be fully voiced, and it has the original game in it too, and also the original game, and also fully voiced as well, which is going to be really neat. Oh, this is going to be... This first area is going to be chaos. It's so good. Glad you enjoyed that. It was good, Shab. I liked it. It's Meevely's time. Haven't healed for a while. Where is my co-healer? Oh. Ooh. To be honest, I don't remember some of this, so this is gonna be fun. Who can I don't know how to do the first one! Oh no, forgot. Okay. I'm fine, I know how to do this. I know how to do this. I should be in VC. I actually might join VC just for the callouts. Oh, we need to...
What does that do, by the way?
Oh, I can't even hear VC.
Okay. Ready for my party.
No, I said my party.
Oh.
I said I was like trying to heal and I was like, why is nobody in my party getting healing?
Oh my gosh, I'm so silly. Soray doesn't have cardia! I didn't put cardia on Soray! Just sage things. Oh crap. Okay, is this, I don't remember if this is the chaotic one or not. Oh, where do I go? Gap closer! Hi, Nia. You just missed us by a second. Oh, the nightmares are flooding back watching this. Is it the next one that's really rough? I forget this one, to be honest. I have no clue. I don't remember how to do this one at all. Oh, frick. Oh, I forgot! I forgot to go in the bubble! Oh my gosh, it's been so long since I've played this. Oh, frick. I forgot the bubble! Oops. Okay, we're fine. Everything is fine. I forgot the bubble! I promise I'm better at Orban. Like, I'm rabid about Orban. This one is meh. Not your fave. Is this where we go to the side? Oh yeah, I forgot. This one feels a little slow. It's definitely been a little while, I would say. It's such a troll. The meteors us and runs away. The expansion you're on right now, it's been a minute. I'm in Shadowbringers at the moment, Drax. I usually have it in my title, but yes, I'm in Shadowbringers. We've done 5.3. Oh, it's this one! Okay, this is the one I was thinking about. This is the Chaos one. Oh, frick. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Isn't it fine? It's fine. This is the... Oh, this is the goofy one. I'm turning this down a little bit. Okay. Well, y'all pull whenever. Better than the math class? Hello? There we go. Ooh. Oh! I don't know how to do some of these. I hope somebody else knows them better than I do. I don't like this. This one's so chaotic. No! I'm scared. I don't remember this one. Oh, that's okay. Oh, it's this, the towers. I love it. Oh. Okay, okay, I'm good. I'm good. We're fine over here, right? Yeah, we're fine. Oh my gosh, that was so scary. That hurt so much. Okay, I did that one right. I did that one right. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're so good, we're so good, we're so good. East Hammer? I'm glad y'all remember this, because I don't. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I feel like I'm doing this one for the first time again. It's fine. The math boss isn't hard. It's not too bad. It's just like, honestly, it's a little overwhelming at first because like, what's going on? But I think it'll be better. I don't remember any of this. Oh, crap. The math boss is also the second one, I think. I think also the other one that is a little concerning is in the math boss one, there's also like the bombs right before it or around it. Oh! I didn't realize it froze. Oh, frick. I should have watched out for the freeze ability, I guess. That's my bad. One reason the math boss is hard, it's not super clear what they're asking at first. Yeah, it's there's a hint beforehand too. I usually always look at the hint just to refresh myself on like primes and stuff. Until I got everything from each class. Oh my gosh. What was that? Oh, it was because this area starts like auto moving us. We have so many Lalas on this team, actually. I think we have like 4 Lalas on here. Me, Yilda, and I think Jojo are all Lalas. And then definitely dedication. I wouldn't have done that. I don't care that much about glam. I think I ran this for 2 years before somebody explained to you. The HP in the circle stuff, really? We got here first. Look at us. Yeah, I think I think people explained it to me at the first time because I was really confused. And then I've done it pretty consistently since. I just always need a reminder because I'm like, what if I forget? What if I forget right now that I don't really know I don't know what a prime is anymore, even though I've known. It's so massive. It also looks so good too. Like, look at this map. Can Sage Shields really crit? Wait, why do I have a square on me? I don't need it. Don't follow me. I need to focus mark this. Do you want to be as close as possible? Oh. Oh crap. An inescapable hell. Oh. Oh, he's gonna go on. Oh, he's gonna. Okay. Just stay out of it and you're good. But it's gonna get bigger next time. It's really interesting going back and doing older one. Oh, I don't want. I'm glad I. No! Why did you do that to me? I'm gonna pull you into something. You're not allowed to do that to me! No! Don't be a square! I was perfectly fine! Ooh, love this. Only Lala's in this one. No, +1. Oh, frick. I'm gonna die. I forgot! I forgot where the safe spot is. Secret tech incoming. There's so many llamas in there. Oh, dang. How did you dodge that? Oh, run to the sides. Less damage. Oh. I don't really know what that mechanic was. Nougat! Oh, frick. Wait. What? What? I'm fine. I'm fine. Your healer stay 80, chipping away slowly. What's your favorite healer? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm like, not talking. I forgot how to do this one. I only know how to do Orban, so I can like super chill in Orban, but I can't chill here. I don't know how to chill here. Oh, it's more Evilise music. I think of this one. I always think of Orban for this one though. What's this one? Oh, I don't remember. I remember I'm gonna die here. Oh dear, my headset. Oh, why did who pulled? Oh dear. My bad. Oh. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. Don't look. You will be judged. Okay, so the angel face. think.
You will be judged.
Oh, I did it wrong. No.
Kneel and repent.
Okay, we're fine. Angel faces. Oh, skinny and pointy. Okay, thank you. Because I'm always trying to figure out which is which, and I forget. What do I do for this?
You are the blood to stain the soil. Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots!
Still working on Sage in terms of what feels best.
You do not belong in my world. Step into nothing. I am the lies upon which you sup.
Oh, that's the devil for sure. Okay, okay. So, stand still, stand still.
You will be judged.
Okay, I did that one right.
The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Oh no. Okay, I'm good. The chaos!
You are the blood to stain the soil.
I'm good! I'm not good! Oh, frick, which one? Keep moving.
You will be judged.
I couldn't tell which one that was. It happened too fast.
Revelation!
Okay, let's listen to this one. Don't look.
You will be judged.
I did it right. Okay, I did it.
And repent. You are the blood to stain the soil.
Ooh, that was too late.
Fool is the dog who bares his teeth before his master.
I always did this boss by eye color. Oh, eye color is a good one too. I never remember the correct markers for it.
Rise the temple.
You did it? You ordained stillness? Okay. Whoa. Oh, it's such a fun sound. It's such a fun sound. Was that a level up sound? No, it's different. It's just finishing this. Wait, we finished? That was the finish. That we finished it. I need this. I need this. I need this. I guess read the rest of it. Agree that. Thanks for joining. Uh-oh. See you in the next Evilise! Yay! I think we're gonna have some repeat people. I'm gonna probably I'll put up Party Finder. Okay. My favorite heal is White Mage. Sage is hard. Sage is hard, but it's fun though. It's fun to give it a try. Wait, I have a question. I can't just change this party finder to the next one, right? I have to remake the entire party finder, right? I think I do. Glam, I need pants. That was fast. That was really fast. Speed running, unlocking the lighthouse. Okay. So I need to do it. Okay, just to confirm, I need to remake it. You have to relist. We don't have to, but we don't need to rejoin. Okay, got it. I see. So do I recruit members? Oh, is it hit recruit? Lighthouse? Or friends? Did I do it? Did I do it right? Yeah, we did it. Okay, cool. Yay! Half of us are still waiting on the rolls though. Okay, sounds good. Yay, we did it. Okay, when Shaba is done, we'll go with the next one. And Super, you have this one unlocked, right? Fate Achievement? No, Fate Achievement is in Ruby C. C finally voted Lou. Okay. GG's. Oh, okay, some of them left, which is fine. It's been a minute, so I'm guessing. Yes, I think we did it right. Okay, cool. Nia, are you gonna join us for this one too? I'm excited for Urban. Also, how many Lalas? We have 4 Lalas? We had 4 Lalas on A. Speeder more like math. It's new for me. I have the next one unlocked. Okay. One, you need to reset the roles in Party Finder. They will be locked to the job they were. Oh, do I need to... When people are leaving, you may need to reset. Okay, so some people are leaving right now. Should I redo it or reset it? Or how do I reset it? Oh man, maybe I shouldn't be in charge of this. Remove role restrictions? Hit recruit again, apply changes, close the party finder and make a new one. Okay, wait. How do I do this? Remove role restrictions on remaining. Oh, I see. Thank you. Okay. Check, then, check then uncheck? Wait. Check, then uncheck? Oh, frick. Okay, then now put it back. Okay, wait. Party finder. Didn't promise. Look how the icons changed. Yes, okay. Got it. I see. Hey, look who's back! Yay! We did it! Pro Party Finder host. I'm trying my best. I'm trying so hard. Okay, all right. So we're waiting. Right now we're waiting on Shaba to do the questing, and then she'll be able to come back in, and then we'll continue to recruit and convince people to join. Or no, Shaba is already in here. Never mind, she's good. Huh, can you be part of a party finder you're not part of? Or like, that you don't have unlocked? Party finder for many menus in this game is very odd and takes a while to figure out. Lala check. For an A. We have 4 Lalas in A! We got the Lalas. We have so many! Okay, so we got Quizzled and Quizzled, Mord, and Kiwi in other parties. I think we almost have enough for a full Lala team too. I'm in A now. 5 Lalas in A. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Lalas in A. Then you can join. Oh, really? Full Lala team? Do we full Lala team? I mean, if we can get Quizzled in here, maybe. Does that make me babysitter? You need to get Mord in here too, then. Who are we kicking out? Well, Shaba and Suray are non-Lalas. Nia, hello! Quizzled left the party to join A? Okay, Shaba, are you... We may need to adjust. I'm speeding! Okay. Welcome, Nia. Okay. So we need 6 more. Cheers, free healthcare. Oh, love that name. Refresh party finder. Oh, me? To clear jobs? Okay. Free healthcare, living the dream, crying. Quizzled, we're gonna try to smuggle you into A, okay? As a shortcut to the update party finder, click the button at the bottom left. Bottom left of the party finder window. Oh, party finder window. Okay. So, party finder, the window. Wait, Oh wait, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Never mind. I have no clue. Oh, recruitment criteria. Yeah, instead of finding your name on the list. Oh, okay. Got it. Recruitment. Okay, that's what you mean. Okay, I get it. I got it. Ready? Lighthouse unlocked! Lighthouse unlocked! Okay. Is anybody want to join us? Is anybody not in yet? Wait, also, Shaba, do you want to go into do you want to be on the Lala team? Or do you want to hop into B or C? We're trying to recruit We're trying to put all the Lalas in A. Well, minus Surrey. Surrey's gonna look after us, apparently. Another one! Do you need me to? Can I be an honorary Lala? We really don't have space, to be honest. Okay, how about in Orban we only have a Lala team, please? I know I'm an art. You are. We're working on it. Aye, aye, Captain. Okay. Good luck with the trios, then. We just need 3 more. Okay. Let me see. Anybody who is not in this one? I'm trying to think. Are we missing anyone? Is there anyone else we need to add? Maybe? No, we just also wait. We have 3. I guess we can be patient. I'm gonna hydrate more though. Should I play an ad? I probably should play an ad soon. Do I want to keep playing Sage? Maybe. Maybe. I'll consider Sage. Triple Future Stormblood Alliance rated stream right now? Oh, you got it! I love you, Pocket Grandpa! I want Pocket Grandpa! Me next! But I don't know. It's eventually. I'll get there eventually. I have Pocket Oshafant in my inventory, but I want Pocket Grandpa. Well, both the grandpas. We have 2. Wait, which Pocket Grandpa? I'll show you. This Pocket Grandpa. The Emperor portrait. It's gonna be cool. Glory be soup. Oh, I can't see it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Pocket Grandpa. Where is he? Emperor portrait. This one. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it. Pocket Grandpa! Where is it? I have in my chocobo saddle, I have a pocket knight. No, I don't have that Pocket Grandpa. I have a pocket knife. Knife? A knight. Tarantula. Why a tarantula? Sharpened knife. Or a wild wind-up Louis Swall. The other grandpa. There's many in this game. I don't want your tarantula. Yay! Yeah, they had preview options. I don't think all of them had. Oh, I probably should play an ad now. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna play an ad as we just wait, okay? Ad time. Only 2 more, though. Wait, let me look. Can we see the other portrait as well? Yeah, we can preview. Look! We can preview! I can make, oh, I can make it big. Grandpa jump scare? Okay. Can we recruit a friend who is on my friends list? Drax, did you want to join? Hey, Drax, you want to join? You want to join for math? Who is online who is not already in here? Do I chat? No, I won't bully Chris, but I'll be like, Chris, you gonna join? I think we have full max healers right now. Okay. Can I do Lighthouse with a giant M in the middle of my screen? Yeah, Nia, you should do that. You should take screenshots too. Like, you don't even have to ask about that, okay? That is, this is free. Like, use your free will. Okay, Nia? Please. What's the point of free will if you can't do that? So, are y'all doing it? Are you gonna put a portrait in the middle of your screen? And play like this? Everyone... Sorry. I'm just imagining how am I gonna play like this? I'm just gonna be staring at my health bar. This is how I'm gonna start 5.4. The thing is, I don't even have the portrait. So Nia, you're gonna need to DM me the portrait item so I can preview it. I don't even have it. This and the walk only Orphan for your birthday. I have to switch between all my portraits. You all have to link me the portraits so I can open them. Grandpa Solar. Yeah. I mean, also we can have this too. We can have art. No. He needs to stay safe. We can also just have this too. I guess this is how I'm gonna my Orban run. I'm in the middle of the screen is a requirement. It would be so goofy. Why else would you have? Why else? What's the point of free will otherwise? I don't get it. Okay, we only need a couple more. Somehow, I never got a single Evilise caster in all my runs from all these three. I will pass. Notice has cover pictures. And do I get the notice you? No. Do I get the notice you blessing with my new glam hat? Oh my gosh, it's so cute. It's so good. I know you wear this on your I know that you wear this on your normal one, but it's just, the hat's just too good. It's so cute. I feel like your ears fit so comfortably in that hat too. I pass on everything because I already have it. I won't. You like my dancer glam? Ooh. Oh, this is my top! Oh, we're matching! Oh my gosh, we're actually twinning. But like actually. Back then dropped like rain when I went my caster jobs. I passed on everything. New glam? What? Wait, let's go back. And then with that hat, you don't need an umbrella anymore? No. Like honestly, Nia could shield all the Lalas. Like all 7 Lalas in A if we just get under her hat. We just need 2 more! Just 2 more! Okay, I'm going in the friends list. We're digging in the friends list, everyone. I'm gonna move it over here. I'm gonna move it over here so I don't try to out anyone. Okay, who else? Gonna make a sandwich. Something when you feel. Okay, I'll yell. Under Nia's what? Hat! Under Nia's hat! Under Nia's hat, we would be sheltered. Let's see. Who else? Oh, we have friends on Ether. Oh, wait. I have an idea. Be interested in doing Lighthouse. Only one more! Oh, frick. They're in something else. Cactar. Who else is over here? Ooh, okay. I might know somebody else who can at. Sorry, I'm logging into bit. Sorry. Okay, who else can I DM? Chris, hi! Good luck on your house! Oh no, I couldn't send a message to that person either! I'm blind DMing people in my friends list. What's the point of a friends list if I can't blind DM people? Oh, I can't. Okay, I can also not do that either. We only need one more person. One more person with words like that. No, yeah. No words for that in native tongue. I also understand what you're saying. The last word makes no sense. If some miracle I'm still, you may remove me. Okay. No, you're good. You're good. One more. Power flickered? Uh-oh. Is it raining all over East Coast? We should be. It's fine. We honestly, it's all good. It's fine. And then the Kiwi can also heal too. Kiwi can, you know what? And Mord. They all have heals. You all have heals. Worst case scenario. You can just physic everyone. It'll be fine and great. We're gonna do great. Yay! Okay, alright. I need to... Elle, come back! Bring your sandwich to the desk! Elle, come back! It's time! Tell me if you're back! By the power invested in me, Valise! Why didn't you put that in Alliance chat? Fall party for Lighthouse! I'm ready. Elle, are you back? Did someone say lamp? Ready. Quizzled! Quizzled! Ready, check! Who keeps laughing? Oh, I was like, who keeps clapping? Quizzled! Rip my sandwich! No, what do you mean your sandwich? Okay, are you ready? Okay, we're ready. Lighthouse. hell is your sandwich going to be okay? It's ready to assemble. Okay, okay. Your cats won't get to it, right? Umbrella? Did I say umbrella wrong? Did I say... I feel like I said something wrong. Okay, don't mind me. I had to put stuff away for that reason. Okay, I'm so sorry, Elle. I guess what you could have also done is shove everything in the oven too, so the cats can't get into it. You'll be sneaking into Elle's house for the sandwich? That's kind of rude. Look at all the Lalas! Look at all the Lalas! Lala's an A. The Lalas! Lala's line up behind your chaperone. We gotta line up behind Saray. Mark. This doesn't have the math robot. It does. This is math. This is math. I'm sorry. Oh, this is the other chaos one. Microwave! Oh, microwave is good too. Hi, math. I'm a Lala. This is math. No! Don't abandon us. One person is not ready yet. No, this is Patrick. Who's dance partner? Worry's dance partner. Thankred? No. Is somebody not ready? Oh, here they are. Go, 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 go. We're ready. Go, 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 go. They're here. Notice is prime. I'm not a prime number. I don't think so. Oh. Is my shift button not working well or something? Frick. That was so wrong. What kind of sandwich does Elle have, you think? Ah. Nia does not move. Everyone else moves. Cleanse our sins. Oh, you better move. We're fine. Only one person almost died. Okay. Everyone's paying attention. We're good. Oh no! The machinist. Oh no. Do you have cardia? I didn't give you cardia. Oh frick. Don't worry about that. That's fine. Dark Viewer? I don't know what this one is. Oh! Oh, this one moves. Going to be several of them. That seemed to move. This is not good. Let me run. I'm good. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Oh, no. I don't remember. Okay, it's not this one. There's 2 of these. Doritos got a stack. No, Doritos got a stack, right? Wait, question. Doritos. Oh, Doritos! Doritos, come here! Doritos better stack! Because we want more Doritos, right? I always watch my scholars. If they put a soil down, that means I gotta I gotta pay attention. Which way it's moving? This way, this way, this way. Doritos, Doritos, Doritos! Oh no! Oh, I've not clicked in. Oh frick. Okay. I am so sorry. I can't. Oh, frick! I died. No! I wasn't paying attention. Thank you, Mord. I'm out of NP. We're fine. We're recovered or something. I just gotta trust my other healer. It was just like you all got knocked back so far. It was so sad. Yeah. I have a question. Can you prevent knockbacks with that? And can you run? Watch notice run from my Dorito. Did I run from your Dorito? I'm sorry. How many Doritos do you have to stack? Surecast during tsunami. You can't surecast during tsunami? Oh, okay. Thank you, thank you. I did not know that. At least 2 Doritos. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Shava. I didn't mean to run from your Dorito. I was trying to get to the group. Notice taste Doritos. You're right. You turned her away. Give me a hard time. All is good. Okay, so next time I'll try to do knockback from it. Oh, is this one the... Oh, frick. Is this the one? The painful one? Yeah, these are the bombs. I'm not ready for this. It'll be fine. Share the spicy Doritos, keep the nacho cheese for yourself. Okay. Is the nacho cheese the orange? And the bombs show up. Wait, are there, no, maybe bombs in the next one? Oh, there they are. Off. Yeah, Sage definitely has some speed shielding. See, we're fine. We're fine. We didn't, none of us died. It wasn't as scary as it is in randoms. Man, what else can be really scary in like roulettes? Just because of like how chaotic it can be. Hi, Hellhound, how are you? Do you want to do Orban with us after this? We don't have any. We only have one Lala out of the group. No, don't square me. What does that even mean? I just got squared. Oh wait. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, it's the time stuff? It's time? Oh, okay, okay. Slow then fast, slow then fast, slow then fast. See, we've done Orban so many times. I got this. Oh, maybe not. The middle apparently is safe because it goes that way. That way, okay. Ooh, nice shield. Yeah, this is the best alliance. This is the best one? We really... Oh no, are you talking about Orban? We really like Orban here. I don't know if I don't think I'm doing this right. I did it enough correctly. because I'm Math Boss. Is Math Boss your fave? I have a pretty good, like, I'm pretty successful on Math Boss, but, you know, it scares me a little bit sometimes. Is best boss okay? I will say, I love going back to Math Boss after the fact to see. I love seeing Math Boss after the fact, like go back and dance and everything. It's pretty great. It's just pretty amazing. I think it's a big fire attack. Yeah, it makes sense. Time bomb, I can do that. Oh. Maybe I know how to do this. Facing out. Okay. How do we get it to face out? Is there like a way to? It's a job, but it's your first ever job. Congrats! How that's so exciting! No PvP. No PvP. We're good. Oh, it's probably. Uh-oh. I'm gonna die. Ah! I realized my mistake real fast. Thank you. Oh, stepping on it rotates. Thank you. Oh, frick. Whoa, what did I do? Oh, okay, okay. Somebody did not step on the clock in the back. Right? No, they did. Okay, okay, we're fine. I was just a little concerned. We're fine, though. Oh, I need to also put Cardia back on, Surrey, is what I'm realizing? No, okay, so it's just facing... Oh, is it me? Okay, I only died once. So there's no 100%. You stood in. That's still really good progress, so that's really exciting. There's a crystal. Huh, I'm sure I saw the crystal before, but just like noticing it again. Ugh. It's not this one. Math soon. I know it's not yet. I know we need to do the ones on the cogs before the math one. It does look really cool. Sometimes all I need to do is just target Surrey and just TP. The game froze up. He stopped your PC. No! I swear my shift button doesn't work really well. Oh, that one's gonna do an attack. I don't know which attack it is, but... Oh! The clock device. Okay, so you're good now? Hopefully it stopped freezing after that. I think, okay, clock is, Baus is coming up, or math is coming up. But Hellhound, I'm gonna send you all the luck. It'll be also nice to just have extra cash in general. Like, also walk up the cog. Is it OSHA safety violation? Wait, did I miss I missed the math thing! Okay, alright, it's fine. I know my prime numbers. I'm fine, I can do this. I've never not looked at the note! Math time! Oh gosh, I'm gonna need it. I will say Icarus is kind of nice. Icarus is like very helpful for like movement. Wait, no, don't send it. Don't put a chain on me. Oh, was it me? Oh no, it was not me. I'm good. One is not a prime! L? I mean, you can just start without them as well. Stop giving me numbers. Oh my gosh, stop. Maybe I should gap close at the beginning. Y'all two are fighting for maintain. Oh, it's this one. No! Dang it. This is gonna be rough. I wasn't ready for that part. And even if I gap close, I don't think I would be able to get through it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, what's my health? 1. Multiples of 4. It's so nice getting 1. 1 makes everything so easy. Okay, we got this. I wonder if we'll get 2 maths. No, we're not even doing it mine, so we should be fine. Hi, Eon. Welcome back. How are you? We're doing Orbon today. Well, we're doing all the evil Easter eggs for funsies. I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm not really talking a lot. I know a lot of our friends are like, you know, in the match already, but still. But how's it going for you? Oh, we wanna be far apart. Oh, because it's gonna pull us together. I see. I'm glad the person who got mine knows what they're doing. So I didn't have to move. Also, the music's kind of loud. There we go. Oh, he's dancing. We got to see him dance. Yeah, it's movement time. Okay. Oh, is it the move around time? No, 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 we're good, we're good, we're good. I think it's math time again, right? Increasing difficulties? You gotta subtract this time? Okay. Oh no, it's subtracting our health. What's my health? 1. 1! Easy! Oh, so lucky. No! Stop! Multiples of 3? Okay, same thing. Oh my gosh, how did you die? How did you die? Did you have a bone stack on or something? Or increase health? Not decreased, like increased damage maybe? Probably got the math wrong? Yeah, sounds like you probably got the math wrong. Rough. As if I didn't get rescued. Then I rescued back. There's only one person who can rescue me, technically. Anyways, we're just being toxic, apparently. Okay, this is gonna take a hot minute, but luckily I do know this one. I pulled you into the correct spot. No, you pulled me into the incorrect spot, because I was 1, you pulled me into 4. I needed to be in 3, so I moved into 3. But it was funny. So I survived that thing, sort of. I wonder what he thinks about the Empire. We finally confront Yatsumi Matsuno in the flesh. Fun fact, this boss is... Yeah, I heard about it in, same as its appearance in 12. Oh, we should play 12 one day. I've heard 12 is, like... I hear it's, like, a little conflicting in terms of, like, who enjoys it, but I definitely want to give it a try. I want to try all the Final Fantasies in the future. There's more loot. Pass. It's a shame I don't use any Toxicons at all. I didn't see the... Ready? Okay. We should just count down then. I would like to play 12, but the only version I can get is full price remaster. Hopefully it goes on sale. I like 12, never got to finish your sister took it when she moved out. Oh. I've heard that 12 is 12 magical girls, right? Hi Raven. Original 12 was indeed divisive, but the recent release, it's class-based. Okay. Oh, that's X2. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, that's what he thinks about the Empire. Thanks, Nia. That's magical girls. Okay, so 12 is Star Wars and Evilise, though, right? I don't remember this one is Reek. I generally like 12 combat. Don't get in front of him. I know that. Right? Uh-oh. Oh, he got turned real fast.
suffering is not yet over.
Everyone's fine. Everyone got that one. I've heard of a lot of people compared to Star Wars. It takes place in the Middle East. I'm excited. I really am excited to play Tactics. Oh, frick. Wrong side, wrong side, wrong side. But I'm really excited to play to play Tactics in the future. Oh, frick. Oh my gosh! Okay, we're good. So he's jumping on this way. Oh, and he's turning. He's turning, he's turning, he's turning, he's turning.
Your suffering is not yet over.
Oh, there's buns in that? Oh, wait a second. Interesting. I'm wondering if there's characters I'll, like, recognize from 12 later on, aside from, you know, maybe some Evil East, like, stuff. I think the next one that we're doing, oh. The next one we're doing is 7 OG.
Your pain is my pleasure.
Whoa, it's time.
Your suffering
It's time!
is over.
Be on the right side in the middle! Oh, frick. That's my bad. Stop! You're gonna have to res me! I'm not resing you. Okay, there we go. I'll res you into the next one. Have you played any of the 7 games? I've played not any of the 7, no. I have played 1. Sorry. Oh, where's my team? Oh, frick. I want to play White Mage so badly! Okay, so I have not played any of the 7 Final Fantasy games I have played. I've played 1 off stream. I've played 1, 4, 6. I just finished 9. I really love 9 a lot. And 14 technically. So 14 is probably the furthest I've gotten before I started my 4 really. Because I also played, oh, he's moving. You moving?
Your suffering is not yet over.
You an etheric chef. Oh, it's the magnetic one now. Okay, so, but yeah, I technically played a little bit of 3 when I was growing up, like the 3D remake version, but I didn't actually finish it. Uh-oh. I knew you were doing that. I had to watch out. You would rather rescue me than raise our own team. I don't want to play healer with, I don't want to co-healer with you anymore. Like, actually, I will lead the team. Next, Orban, I don't want to play co-heal with you. I'm booting you. You would rather rescue me than just raise our teammates. I'm so sorry, teammates. And do you know the little Easter eggs when if you do return? Yes, yeah. It's the, if we go back and run all the way back. I'm booting, no. I'm booting, I'm booting Yilda from co-healing, but he can DPS. That's fine. And also, we don't even have enough Lalas anyway. Sandwich time. Go get your sandwich, and then when I back out, we'll end up going. When I back out, I'll end up going to start the party finder. Yeah, I'll start the party finder for Orban. Veer started with Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Ah, I see. Let me send my awesome screenshots in Discord. Oh my gosh, Nia, were you playing with Grandpa on screen the whole time? Wait a second, I don't even need a big screen. I can have him in the corner. Wait a second. Wait, I don't even need him on the big screen. I can have him 60% in the corner for forever. Not just Grandpa, anybody, anybody with a portrait. That rescue, I was too soon. I'm terrible at rescuing. Don't rescue me again. I sent it, I see it, I think I'm gonna put him in the corner. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me pass on everything. But white mage glap kills her. I mean, so the big brain tactic is making sure you've already used your gap closer and then rescue. It's actually really devious, and it's something that you learn in playing FPSs. You know, like, it's like, the joke is like, you know, card counting or whatever, but really it's like counting the skills and like counting ults and stuff. Like counting on like knowing cooldowns and ults and stuff like that. It's a lot. There he is. So yeah, this is the little Easter egg. Are y'all taking pictures? Visited math boss. Hi, Layton. How are you? Layton!
Hi.
Hello. Thank you for 11 months. I can't believe it's almost been a year. Thank you for the almost anniversary. How are you doing, by the way? Do you need Orban by chance? Because we're going to be doing Orban. Okay, I'm heading out. I'm gonna have Orban up. Sandwich acquired! Yay! Counting ults takes the same amount of power. Brain, honestly, it's like I mean, we're not counting like per second, right? It's an approximation of like, okay, this person has been doing a lot of healing or a lot of damage. They have been, yeah, a lot of healing, a lot of damage. Like if somebody in my team has already gotten an ult and there's somebody comparable in their team who has an ult, it's about time. Also, some people just hold on to their ults, and like sometimes movement is just very predictable of like, oh, this Orisa is charging in front of that. She is walking directly through my team and not targeting a single person. She's gonna ult. Like, especially CC things, like, they're gonna ult. So, like, sometimes it's just, like, small things where you just slowly, like, have an approximation, even if it isn't necessarily, like, you know. I mean, it's still kind of counting, right? It's kind of funny because there's this game that my cousins taught me. Yeah, like, there's a game that my cousins taught me where you essentially kind of count cards. It's I don't know, it's goofy. Okay. No! Orban! To do completion. First time for friends. Notice you. Also, thank you for the follows. Welcome in. If you are interested in doing Orban with us, you are 100% welcome to. Hi Tatsu. No, Tatsu, how are you? How's it going, Latin? Well, I'm well. You're finally getting summer break. Are you taking a vacation or anything? Don't forget to put, yes, it is going to be on the docket. I do plan to play it. Yeah, for sure plan to play it. Anyways. People are doing the questing for Orban right now, and if anybody wants to play, we are in Famfrit and Primal right now. Also, I don't want you to be a cool healer. I'm gonna quit A potentially. You're visiting menu. Oh, that's so fun. Have you all been eating out and having fun? It's okay. We can have 3 healers. Yeah, 3 healers in A. You know what? I'll just join B. B, do you have room? Like, who has room? Well, Pen might want to play. I was gonna say Pen might want to play. Well, I can only. What do I play? I don't play DPSs. I hope you two are having fun though. Abandoning Lala squad? Well, I'm joining a Lala in C. You have lead, party will implode. Wouldn't notice moving, messing up the party finder? Oh, potentially. Yeah, it actually might implode. That might happen, actually. But up to the leader. Oh, we got more people. Okay, cool. Silencing? I mean, we could... We could mine Orban. Do y'all want to mine Orban bully Sorry out of the tank? Much easier to rescue. Murder rescue a tank? I'll heal with you? No. If you want me to move to C. I don't know if I can actually move. Now we're talking about it. I might not be able to... Nuh-uh. No, never mind. Okay. Okay, fine. You can rescue me out of my ley lines. No. I'll rescue you into ley lines. Wait, yeah, you'll die. I'm gonna rescue you into other people's ley lines. Are you okay with that? We'll compromise. I don't want to rescue out of ley lines. I want to rescue into ley lines. Unless you're... Wait, no. What you could do... Okay. What you could do is you could actively be in AoEs. And then me or Mord would have to rescue you out. I'll be ready for Orban. Okay. I think Super is still questing as well. Rescue intel, right? Oh my gosh! Oh, I can't wait! I forgot. This is Orban. But how did I forget this is Orban? I love Orban. We love Orban so much. Oh, do I need to clear any jobs or anything? Should we be good? We'll take up the mantle of rescuing the streamer. No, Mord wouldn't do that to me. Excited to run around headless when we get Sid. Oh, Sid will be so fun though. I love Sid. I know. I'll go machinist be a million yards with the healers. No. Wait. Oh no, we can't change anymore. Oh heck. We should have Lala napped Quizzled into A. I didn't think about it. I forgot. I forgot to ask. I forgot to ask Shaba to move. Genius. We're full. Yeah, we're full right now. We can't. I wish we could move people around. Like I could yoink people out of like a Discord chat. We're doing a Lala check. That's okay. They're allowed. Until I get hit by left and right. Is there no gap closer for machinists, or do you all just only have Peloton? It's okay, Quizzle. We'll Lala nap you later. Nope, just Peloton? Okay. Okay. Oh no. I guess technically me and Mort do have gap closers. We have, yeah, Icarus and then Ethereal Shift. No gap closers. I wonder if Machinist would be too powerful with a gap closer. Probably. Hi, Wolves. Just sprint and Peloton. Peloton doesn't work in combat though. Yeah. I just save your sprint. You're not gonna even make it. You won't make it if you're in the corners. You will not. Don't need a gap. I have a gun. Hi, Kimchi. How are you? How's it going? We've convinced 24 people to play Orban with us. 24 people Orban. Notice you really not to stream when I have IRL obligations. I'm sorry, Kevlar. I was gonna at you, but I was like, I think Kevlar's AFK, or like, you know, you're not on your computer. Otherwise, you probably would have like. You would respond to our Orban ping. Machinist and power doesn't go together. But I've heard like Machinist is fun though. I've heard that I probably would like it. Oh, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quickly. I'm gonna play an ad, and I think we're just gonna wait on Super going through the quest stuff. Machinist is chill. I know. I swear, it's always a Machinist, like, at the corners, like hugging the wall. I feel like it's always a Machinist hugging the wall on the other side of the map. I feel like this happened. I think it happened recently when we were doing near raids, and you're always doing that as well, Yilda. Fun? Yes. Strong? No. Really? It's not strong? Then what does Machinist have? Do you have utility? Do you have buffs? What do you have as Machinist? Is Party Finder still? Party Finder is full right now. I'm sorry, Lady E. I think a bunch of people ended up joining in, and we're just like waiting right now. No buffs, just gun. We have damage. It's plenty strong, to be honest. Just saw the cross rolling show when I sit down. Okay, it's fine. Thank you for joining us, though. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, if you want, in Discord, we have an Orban tag, and if anybody is in Discord and wants to be part of the Orban tag, just let me know. I'll just manually add you into it. Oh, wait, Nia. Shaba, can somebody... Who is my dude? Oh, wait, I think I know who this is. I think it's somebody's old? Maybe not. Never mind. I don't know. But, can somebody send me a portrait? I'm just gonna put it in the corner. Actually, I don't need to do that. I have a portrait. He's just gonna sit right here. Right here. Oh, wait. Where do you want to sit? Here. Perfect. He'll just be there the entire battle. It does have a 15% party mitigation, but doesn't everyone have that one, or is that different? Also has disassembled as well. Base DPS is a tad low, then the burst is great. I can fight for tanks over Emily. Probably join if I'm online and free, but I don't really think I really get anything on Orbon. It's okay, no problem. It's like some people just are extra feral about Orbon, and that's it. We have a wrench, we throw out bosses, and that's it. So the thing is, I ended up learning about machinists really first in Final Fantasy VI, because Edgar's a machinist. And I don't know, it was just really cool. It was really, it was really cool seeing like some of the abilities, and I learned, and everyone in chat told me that like the abilities in 6 are also in 14. On the other hand, I'm down. Okay, well that, in time. Maybe later on we'll end up having an alliance raid, like, ping. Oh my gosh. Apparently I just need an entire small collection of just, like, ats of portraits, so I can just have them in the corner. The chainsaw is perfect. It's so good. You'll understand when you get there. I've been enjoying alliance raids. I think they're fun and very interesting. I've been having a good time, like, going... So we've been doing the Nier one. I just finished the Nier one last weekend, and the third one was a lot. The story was definitely built up, and it definitely peaked there because I was very emotional. And I know there's still even story now I need to still go through. Also, I'll be right back. I need to go to the restroom really quickly, and I need to play ad. So I will see you in a little bit. Everyone, thank you for joining us. Orbon's gonna be great. We're just waiting on questing stuff. All right, I'll see you in a little bit. Do you still need to do Nier Weekly? Yeah, I still need to do my Nier Weekly. I forgot. I didn't do it. I told you all I got sad. I got sad over the weekend. That's why I only streamed during the weekend, which tomorrow I'm trying to stream a little earlier to get a little bit more done. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll see you in a little bit, okay? It's just, I don't know, seasonal depression in the summer or something. That's a thing, right? I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's real. Yeah, still need to do weeklies. The wrench is the best mitigation. You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge anything. Bosses can't bosses can't dodge a wrench. I love it. It has to be a thing. I'm sure it's multiple things. It's like seasonal depression, seasonal sad, not enough sleep, sad. I don't know. Anyways, it's just really wonky, so we're trying to adjust back to it. So thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. It's like, it's really nice being on stream. It helps me forget it makes me feel better, honestly. I know, the summertime sadness. Hi, Nina. Nina, I'm sorry. We don't have room in our Orbon Alliance right. I'm sorry. I should have kept it private and then just like slowly let people in. We can do Orbon later, I promise. We can do Orbon again. And also, this is not even mine Orbon. I couldn't convince everyone to do mine Orbon with me. But did you end up working today? Okay, I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, my mic was muted. Sorry, I came back and I said, I'm gonna make food real quick, and I was also asking, like, what's the status on the questing for Super? Super, are you here? What's the questing status? I'm so ready. I'm so excited for Sid. I'm so excited for this Orban one. Like, honestly, I feel really confident in doing Orban. Like, I'm super chill with it. I think we're gonna be perfectly fine. I just wish I just wish I knew how to play Sage better. Let me put this here. I don't know. I wish I just knew how to play Sage better. Welcome back. I'm thinking. Doing. Yes. Doing things. Thinking and doing? I'm excited for the coat. I like the coat. I wonder how it's gonna look for it. Notice tanking next run? Oh, this is the last run. I've already tanked Orban several times. It doesn't even scare me that much. It doesn't even scare me that much. If we're in VC, not scared at all. It's fine. But is this elasticate, like, questline long? That much. I'm not even that scared, okay? Only... not even a lot. You know what? As I wait for my egg rolls, so I ended up like putting some veggie egg rolls that I got from the Costco into the oven. I'm gonna snack. These are easily your favorites. Have a blast. I'm enjoying them. They've been good so far. I've already done them before, but like these are really good. I've enjoyed the near ones. Honestly, Alliance raids are just really fun. I like the little added bit of like chaos and nonsense, but then also like seeing like the team essentially like try to balance 24 with mechanics and balancing mechanics for just teams and then also for the entire raid too. It's like 8 quests. It's kind of tied to Hildebrand and Heaven's Ward, Main City, and Ishgard and everything. I feel like maybe I should just do it offline because I don't really want to stream Hildebrand, to be honest. Like, I don't like the humor is not really for me. So maybe we do it offline and some of us are not sober. Mm-hmm. I mean, do you need to be sober for Hildebrand? I don't think so. Mm-hmm. Wait, Hildebrand's like rival? There's a quest chain in Ishgard. Okay. Does it start with him? Or does he show up? I should do this while I wait. Good idea. Wait, I should do the weekly too. Oh, I need Lolly Ho. No, I need a Lolly Ho. I need that first. What self-respecting dwarf am I if I don't have Lolly Ho? As I have not had it for 3 patches. I know cards. I'm working on it, okay? I will say, oh my gosh, it was, I really do like the Alliance raids. Oh no, I really do enjoy the Alliance raids for Wait, which one do I do first? Okay, let me do this one first, and then I'll do, okay, yes, I'll do this one first, and then I'll do Lolly Ho. I'll say it, but I don't have the emote yet. Copied factory. Wait, is this one is copied factory number 1? It is, okay. You see Moogles? Hi Shy, how are you? I'm not stealing pants! Cards, avert your eyes for the next 30 minutes, and we should have Lolly Ho after that. But first I need to do my weekly quest. And also, like, okay, so we need to play Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics. I need to play 7. I need to play Nier. I need to play more dating sim games. So many games to play, so many things to do. But I think we'll still definitely have a good time. Salvage? Okay, where is this? Not this zone. We're still going. Okay, we're still snacking then. Has everyone had dinner yet? Well, it's not quite dinner time for West Coast. It's only 5:30 for y'all. It's already 8:30 here, so I think I'm gonna have those veggies, the veggie rolls, and then I have some other food in the fridge. I don't know if I'll do hot pot tonight. Wait, are we salvaging more? Okay, I was gonna say, I was wondering if we were salvaging more, Android parts. I mean, they're life form parts. Still unsettling. Why does this room exist? I don't understand. Oh. How long is this quest? Yeah. That's normal. Have to put the corpses somewhere? Honestly, why didn't I start questing earlier? Silly me. I can do 2 things at once. I don't have to just sit there. I'm fine. Honestly, if anybody needs to make a snack, this might be time. Super, you're able. Also, if you wanted to, if you, I mean, no, I don't want to pressure you or anything, but you can always go to, or you could always, like, go back and, like, watch on your own time. If you want to, like, read through it now, it's still good. I don't know if you're skipping or not. Oh, you are skipping. Oh, okay. Yeah. You gave up. Well, Drench might... Oh, this song is so good! This song in this area is so good. It's also so quiet in here. Oh my gosh, Evilise is so loud. Compared to this area, Evilise is so loud. What the heck? Well, drench my beard. I've never seen anything like this. It's not going to suddenly spring to life and strangle me, is it? No? Well, if you're sure, I'll set about studying it at once. Oh, I should mention that the chef was looking for you. Seems like he has news to share. It's something dreadful, I shouldn't doubt. All that grinds is not good. Oh, so I have to wait until next week, right? Oh, no, until the next part? The chef? No, the chief. the chief. How's it going? It sure is. Oh no! Wait, actually, Quizzled. Do you align more with Tomra or Komra? I finished those quests in some shorts. Does this quest take a while? Why are you making me go back and forth in the town? We're not this annoying. Yeah. I definitely took my time, and it was longer than I expected. Lolly, you'll never believe this, ho. Notice, something's arrived at the village for you. From Kanag. Oh, wait, what? Looks to have some kind of technological what's it? Seems as, no, see this gold pattern here? Haven't the faintest how you'd read it, though. No, it's faint, yeah, sorry. Haven't the faintest how you read it, though. This portable archive the siblings built should do the trick. I have this thingamabob for the job. I can't believe the siblings built it. Huh. So you just wave this archive at it? Well, there you go. Feel free to check it at your leisure. You know? Midas Kanag up and left the village. The fact that he's still keeping in touch, it gives me hope that he hasn't given up on us yet. So I'll keep doing what I can. I'll keep working to change this village into a place that Kanag would want to return to. We've got lots of mountains to climb, and it's going to take a lot of time. But bit by bit, with your help, I'm sure we'll get there. Aww. Also, escapism is like so necessary. It's so necessary sometimes whenever things are difficult or not fun or great. But like, escapism with also, you know, knowing things will get better. You obtain a message from Kanag. Okay, portable archive then. Lolly, I hold on to hope. Oh, that hope. No, the hope that if we return our village to the way it was, Kanag will return too. Where is it? Portable archive? It wasn't in journal. I think I put it. Ready? Oh my gosh, ready. Okay, everyone, wake up! Get back! Ready check, everyone! Ready check, friends! Are you ready? Uh-oh. Okay, Pen, Owl, get to your seats! I'm in a cutscene. Oh, okay. Just as the hunt train is about to start. Oh, which hunt train was it? Ready? Okay, Owl is ready. Okay, we're gonna wait for Serenade. Oh, Dawn Trail. Okay, no hunt train. Only Orban. Okay, we'll wait on Serenade. Pen is out of cutscene. So, yeah. Tell us once you're out of... We're chilling doing fates. Okay, sounds good. It's under collections? Okay, collections. Was it under this one? Is it duty? Oh, it is duty. Thank you. Portable archive. Oops, I'm ready. Okay, okay, I'm out. Just doing redacted stuff. Super is ready. Oh wait, I need the portrait. Jojo, are you ready? Hi Thistle, how are you? I'm right. I'm red. I'm right? Yeah, yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay. I'm gonna wait until... Tell us... I'm waiting until... Okay, Jojo's back. Okay, cool, cool, cool. It's time! It's our bot time! Oh, wait. Oh, frick! Wait. No, it's okay. Double white mage. It's fine. Double white mage is fine. It's okay. Wait, what's the portrait on your screen? Don't worry about it, Penny. I'll tell you. Wait, okay, sorry. Fine, 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 fine. I'll play Sage. I'll play Sage. Sorry. Wasn't it be mine? No. Okay, so, Penny, why is there a portrait of Grandpa on the screen? Well, it started with Nia saying... Well, okay, it started with me, like, Nia, like, putting the portrait into the, like, into the chat, right? And I'm like, wait, let me preview it real quick, for fun. So I previewed it at 200%, and I had it in the middle of the screen. And then Nia's like, should I play with the portrait in the middle of my screen? I'm like, use your free will. What's the point of free will if you don't do that? So she did, but not at 200%, not at 200%. So she put a screenshot, she put a screenshot in Discord. I'm like, wait a minute, that's a good idea. We should have portraits in the corner of our favorite characters. And anyways, just say you hate me. No, I'm not trying to dodge Sage. Anyways, you want me to play Orban like this? Why is it not center 200% better question? We could. But I would have to play, oh my gosh. All right, fine. I could, fine. Wait, let me do a poll. Do I play, oh crap. No, it's already started. I'm not even doing a poll. Okay. I can't close this. Does he have to be in the middle? It's fine. I could play this, actually. You know what, Cardia? Oh, Annie, hello. How are you doing? How is stream, by the way? It's so good to see you. Don't worry about what's happening here. We're trying to do a no Orban death, actually. Oh, frick. Okay. If it looks really funny of what's happening, if it doesn't look like I know what I'm doing, don't worry about it. It's fine. Hi, avocados. The avocado army. How are y'all doing? I hope you're doing well and fantastic. Watch me do like three damage. Watch me do 3 damage this entire time. It's fine. We're mostly fine. Oh, hi, Saray. Anyways. Orban looking different. Yeah, Orban's looking a little different. Anyways, so like, he was just gonna be in the corner 60%, but I guess this is how I have to play Orban now. I have to do this. Everyone told me I have to do it, so I have, like, I'm giving into peer pressure. So good ability, so many new viewers. I mean, we've done Orban so many times at this point. I really... Oh, frick. You know what's gonna be annoying? Okay, I need to move this down. I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna be able to see the sniper! I have to literally watch everyone else. Oh no, this is gonna be really bad. This is gonna be really bad. I'm not gonna be able to see the sniper! Off. This is not good! And how's that our problem? If I die, okay, Mord can totally handle it, right? Like, Mord can handle. That's not a problem. Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea, actually. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna be absolutely good. See, we're good. We're so fine right now. Everything's fine. No backing out. Show. I'm trying my best. Okay, okay. Left shot, right shot. Not yet. I have to use the rest of my HUD. Very strategically. Left hand. Okay, gotta go right. Gotta go right. I got this. Okay, now gotta go left because I know he's going to do right hand. Very luckily, I have my HUD set up really well for me. What am I doing? Is this cheating? Okay, I got this. See, we've done Orban so many times. I know where to go. I'm kidding. I don't know where to go. I only know where to go half the, like, 75% of the time. See? I see you. I see you? You see me? Oh, no. Oh, frick. What if I had that? Wait, I'm not gonna know if I have this! I'm not gonna know if I have the target on me. Oh. I'm not gonna know! I'm not gonna know where Hole is! Oh no. I can't even tell! I literally can't tell. I can't. Oh, wait, yes, I can. Yes, I can. I can tell. I can tell. I can tell. There's a way. Oh, frick. Okay, where's my Lala? Okay, I'm locking in. I can't even see her. Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh, he's gone! He's gone! Where is he? Orban ruined my run! The sniper ruined my run! Grandpa's not here now! I didn't even take that off, I promise. I promise. Like shot, okay, I know what that is. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Where is he? Oh, frick. Where? Preview, okay. No, not like that. Thank you, thank you. Preview. Thank you, Nia! My run was ruined! Okay, so if it's this side, I need to be on this side, over here. Because it's only halves. Ballistic missile. I don't know what this one is, I think. Okay. Oh, it's right hand and then it's gonna go left hand. I'm so lucky I went on the right side. Okay. Arm shot. Okay. Okay, so if I had to look, so it's like, honestly, I have no clue. I have no clue where to go. Okay. Not good here. Good right here, good right here. We're good right here. I got this. Look at all my Orban training. Oh no. Don't follow me. Oh no. Okay, so if it's this half of the room over here. Okay, we're good over here then. Okay. Emmett Monastery. That's a really good one. I like it. Tell me, what is your darkest fear? No! Oh, frick. Okay, okay. Is he over here? He is, he is. Hole is open. We are good. Oh, bless playing Alala. Thank goodness for playing Alala. so we're not stealing his pants, no.
You have proven yourself deserving.
Okay.
Zodiac.
It just feels like Emmett's saying all the voice lines to us. Oh boy, this is gonna be a little. This is be a little interesting. I honestly, I'm gonna call it. I think I'm gonna die whenever, like, I think I'm gonna die when, the knights come out and there's overlapping circles. I think that's where I'm gonna die. It's so hard to see. This is so hard to see. Oh my gosh, wait a second. Oh my gosh, I'm just realizing I'm not gonna be able to tell if I have a dice or not. If I don't have a dice? Oh, frick. I'm not gonna be able to tell if I have a dice and if I explode. Oh no. Okay, we're fine. Everything is going to be fine. It's fine. Oh no. This is so sentence. Anyways, Annie, so how are you, by the way? This is a preview. This is preview of portraits, and I showed everyone. It was like you can go up to 200% to see the portrait, right? Which is like super cool and so fun and really great. And yeah, and now everyone said that I should play like this, and now I am. Oh frick. Okay, where's the stuff? Where's the stuff? Oh, it's silly. That's not the one. I was looking for the shield. That's for our tank. Oh, I used that too soon.
To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final. Its bite as cold as
I can't even see if I'm facing the right way. I have to just trust my my shield, which I did do it right. So, good on me. Divine Light. Okay, so this is. I'm gonna say that was I needed a shield for that one. Okay, I do know these. I just need to lock in. Thunder Slash, that is for tank specifically. Okay. Oh. I'm sorry if I'm not playing like optimally. We got taken in! We're getting yoinked! You should see the debuff icon. I should? Okay, okay, thank you. Oh, he's gone again. Where is he? Okay. Anyways, good to know. Okay, so these ones are white, so I need the sword. Okay. Everyone else took care of it for me. Thanks for thanks for carrying me. Okay, thank you. Ooh. Going so fast. Okay, thanks for going so fast. Checking the time. I don't know why I'm checking the time, to be honest.
The skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder.
I kind of panicked using that ability. I shouldn't stand by Surrey when there's a slash. This next one, shields. Oh! I was like, why can I see so well? It's like, why can I see so well? Why am I just normally playing Orban?
The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have you the faith to do as much?
If I'm gonna die here. Why? Because I don't like, because of the overlap later. Okay, we are, that was really good. That was really good. I chose the right one. You should be able to just, okay. I will try my best to.
Send us from our sins! Gaze deep into the light!
Nice.
They who dwell aloft have spoken.
Okay, I don't have that one. I do not have that one, but I need to watch out.
Revelation is come!
Divine light.
Well fought, champion.
Okay.
I leave you now to your
We did
quest. Viovelia
Wait, did I go? I'm not even going the right way. It's like I'm just gonna run into a wall. It's like, am I going the right way? I don't know. I have to find. I have to find my group. I feel like I'm on a field trip without my glasses. Thank you, Nya. There we go. I feel like I'm on a field trip without my glasses and I can't see anything, so I have to like use contexts around me right now. 200% view in the middle of my screen. Honestly, we practiced so much Orban for this. Like, all the accumulation of Orban, like, was for this, and also for my birthday, for my birthday raid in the future. I'm not gonna be much help for this one. Casting? It's casting. Okay, it's not under me, so I'm good. Oh, it's gonna be interesting if I'm gonna need to move. Man, this guy takes forever to kill. Okay, we are so good. Oh, it's Sid time. We're going honestly, okay. I'm gonna die for sure in the maze. Unless we can, like, speed run through it, I think I'm gonna die in the maze. Is this portrait a spoiler prevention method?
Your coming was foretold.
Oh, wait, frick.
servant
We're
of
A,
the
right?
beast.
Okay. A is...
Or perhaps you serve
This side.
another.
Do we get the
I am
good
Count
view?
Sidolphus
Shaba, is this the good view?
Your journey ends here.
So, no, it's not a spoiler prevention method, but this is what I see now. Super go to C. Is the right one? Is that the good one? I don't remember. Always a good view. No, we were talking about Sid view. Ready, check. You know what's gonna be really annoying? I'm not gonna know if I have the thing! Oh, frick. This is gonna be really obnoxious. Sea view is peak. We not get sea. Everywhere go I see. Everywhere I go, I see his face.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be
Is it
cleansed.
okay? Cleanse. This is the time.
I call out to the skies and tremble
Okay.
as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder.
See, we got this.
Shadows cast,
let's go back, let's go back.
Told, yet at the end of the broken path,
Bori!
and death alone. Open your eyes to the darkness.
Wait, I don't have it. I don't have it.
In its loveless embrace, the gods.
Oh, please don't give it to me. Please don't give me the healer one. Please. Sid,
Misfortune hangs heavy.
please don't give it. I swear, if Sid gives it to me, we're gonna. It's gonna be so bad.
Come, show me more.
Holy sword. Okay, move over. If I get the healer runaway one, it's gonna be such a bad time. Okay, go inside,
Its
everyone.
judgment swift and final. Its bite as cold as steel.
We're fine.
To live by the
That was so
sword
funny.
is to die by the sword. There is time enough.
We have enough
for
people on
regret
here?
In the flames of hell.
Surely there's three. It has to be three. Yeah, there's three.
Honed is the blade that severs the villain's head. Endless is the path that leads.
Oh,
him
Mort has
from
it. Okay. I don't have it. I was really afraid that I was gonna get it. Also, that was a very nice. No! That was. Okay, I got you. We are good. Where's Mord? Oh no, did Mord not? Okay, I was gonna say, where are you? I hope I don't get this. Whatever this, Okay. I'm not doing that bad. I'm not doing terrible. It's only because we play Orphan so much. Good job.
I am called the God of Thunder. You will now know why. Upon my holy blade, the very world
Annie, that was
lies
so
in
funny.
balance.
Anyways, okay, so if I can clear this with not dying, I'm gonna be pretty proud of myself. I hope you all will be proud of me too. I can kind of see my Lala just at the very end of the portrait, like right here. Just a little tiny bit.
Come, show me more.
Oh, you need to move over? This way. Ooh, back.
Hideous display.
Oh! Oh, frick. I was fine over there. What was I doing? I freaked out for no reason.
Expecting a modicum of rust.
Weapon crush? Okay, so this is going to be on our tank.
You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. Escape is not so easily granted.
No! Kiwi!
They who dwell aloft have spoken.
Ooh, okay.
Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come.
Cleansing strike again. Love that. You're gonna die, Hilda.
Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills.
Oh, I don't have this. Oh, take it from
beckons
Sorry!
A lifetime of pain.
Okay. Okay. Okay, our DPSs are taking it. Thank you. Nice job, everyone. Why are two of my DPSs on the other side of the world? What's happening right now? Okay, I don't have this. Nice job. They really gave all of it to Moore.
You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. The clouds have parted, and the sky.
I did it! We made it through Sid! Okay, Ultima next. Just Ultima. Okay, so everyone said to. I was showing everyone the 200% like portrait. Okay. Z, I was showing everyone the 200% preview of the portrait, right? And then they said, play like this. And I was like, but no. Oh. I was like, no. So then I got peer pressured into it, okay? I was just gonna put his portrait on the side while we played. Thank you, Nia. Nia will not let me forget. It's okay. Very lucky. It's actually really funny how much you can get through, like content. How much you can get through content with this. It is surreal. Apparently, I have a very good view. According to everyone. Oh, I probably should pass on these. I was doing typical machinist player. Were you a C? Yolda, what? Yolda, sorry. What alliance were you with? Because you are not with us. Or are you just running laps? Were you running laps? Oh my gosh, that's so goofy. I'm gonna love this stream. It's just here. I was in the arena. You were somewhere in the arena. But no, this was really funny though. This is actually really hilarious to do this. It's Emmett Monastery. Yodel took one of my party one of your party tethers. wait, Yodel took one of your party tethers? You were with C. Oh my gosh. You were doing mechanics with a whole nother party. Stop. Y'all are so goofy. What would I do without y'all? I mean, I say that, and you see my screen. I'm playing Emmett Monastery.
You shall rule the day you raised your eyes to the heavens.
Also, thank you so much, Mort, for taking every single one of the mechanics.
Kneel before me.
Ooh. Good luck, everyone. Make some space. Stop running! Who's running at me?
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
Oh dear. Am I gonna be able to watch the Okay, so it's gonna move. So if it... Oh, frick.
Denizens of the abyss, from
What's the next one? Water?
Blackest night, I summon.
I can do everything up to Sid really good. This is where the pain starts. Okay, so water there, water there. I don't. Oh my gosh! No! Everyone's stuck on the other side and it looks like it's a rough time!
Denizens of the abyss, from
Okay, next one is going to be, clocks, then slices right. Okay. Is this slow? This is slow. This is slow. This is slow. Okay.
denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon.
I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard. Okay. So, which way is it? It's this way, and then... Okay, I'm good. Something will scare me, okay?
Death awaits defiance.
Slow clock. What if I have a Dorito? Oh, frick. I don't know if I have a Dorito or not. I don't have a Dorito. Okay. Oh. The cross. The fire. The fire. The fire. The fire. The fire. I need to make my way forward. Okay, not terrible. Oh, I didn't die. That's literally better than my when I can actually see. I did better than when I can actually see. That was really scary. Wait, what if I'm not in the circle? Am I in the circle? I hope I am. It's in the ground, right? And then power up, and then blessed me. I got blessed by Emmett. I did so good. I've never done that good before. I have never ever done that good in the Ultima part. I'm so afraid if I have a dice later.
You will not intervene.
He always wanted to be front and center. You're so right. He did want to be front and center constantly. He got his wish. And I cannot look anywhere else. He is literally the front. Well, actually, I say I can't look anywhere else, but I am actually looking down here a lot. I look at my team's health bar a ton. I think this is actually... I don't know if I could do this with many other stuff, to be honest. Yo, let's stop trying to run outside. Okay, cool. I hope I don't die for the next part. This I've been how long has this
Few can claim.
How long has this
Might of my will.
Oh gosh. Yeah, how long has this raid gone on? That's how long I've been staring at this. I hope he's getting these. Okay, where's orange? Stand on orange, everyone. Okay, I'm definitely on orange. Yilda! Running away. You're fine, you're on orange.
You're very
Grand Cross. Okay, I'm honestly scared for Grand Cross. Okay, so it's going to shift over. So that one and oh, frick. Is it gonna be over here? Oh no, we're not gonna. No, I don't know if we're gonna be safe over here. This is terrifying. Oh wait, I got okay.
denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon.
Okay, so this is the DPSs will get this. They're chasing for the buff, essentially.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I
Virgo.
summon.
This one last. Oh, is this another ground one? Okay, so this is the weird tether thing. We have to watch out for stuff. That. It's fine. We got this. Where is she? No! Yelmer, you still see that limit break? Oh dear, do I have it? 2, 3. No! I had it! I stopped! That's so rude. That's so rude. It's so rude. I died. No! I'm so close! And it failed. It wasn't worthy enough. I was doing so good! Thank you. I was so close, okay? I was so close. They're doing a no-die run. Okay. Thank you so much.
I see it now.
That is also BS. I stopped moving. I stopped moving for the damage as well. I died literally in the last minute. Is it time to roll? Okay, awesome. Hi, Wraith. How are you doing? We did it, kind of. And surprisingly, I did really well aside from the last one. I knew that was gonna be the one that was gonna kill me. I'm getting mixed messages. No pressure. It's depression. How can you be depressed when this is your point of view, Wraith? How can you be depressed? I just started playing Sage and a very first healer ever, and I have to say, being on control, I don't think I could do it on keyboard. Watching you manage to survive with Wolf, we did have some practice. We ended up doing the other alliance raids as well, so that's why I was able, like, I've done Orban a lot. We do a lot of Orban off stream, but like I essentially I don't use a lot of, like, I don't use Hamia, I don't use Sortia. There's some of these I don't really use a lot, and honestly, that's on me. It's just I'm not familiar or comfortable with them. But like, it feels basic enough once, it's just like adding more layers on top. So that's where I'm at with it. I saw the damage shot from Kiwi. I saw you run around. I'm sorry. I don't know how to use it. It's a good shield. I don't know how to use it. That's why I don't have it. I don't really understand it. That's why it's kind of on hotbar 3. So these ones on hotbar 3, aside from Cardia, which I have been known to forget to use Cardia. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna just read these, and I'm going to pass, need, pass. Sorry. I was yapping. Anyways, it was me who took it instead of you. Yeah, who needs to see... Missed one? I missed one? Oh, frick. Okay, passing that one. Cool. Thank you! Unreal... No. Exciting. The character concept artist that did Final Fantasy 9. Oh, that's really cool! I don't do it as a healer, but I managed to keep people alive. And it is fun. I really, really like healing a lot. It's a lot of fun for me, and I enjoy it. I think we all got it. We can probably back out now. But yes, we did it. All right, we did the thing. I literally, if you all put markers on me, I definitely did not see them at all. Wait, Emmett is in the way of me exiting. Like, he's gonna move to the side. Playing with portraits at 200%. Were you also doing it, Kiwi? Press buttons, party survive somehow. Yeah, like, it's really nice to have the adder goals, and honestly, because I play white mage, it reminds me so much of lilies to begin with, so like, I think the transfer makes more sense over time. So yeah, okay, we can probably head out if we all want. That was legit kind of amazing notice, thank you. It's only because I do Orban so much off stream. My heal marker? Oh, yeah, I didn't know if you marked me or not. Oh, mark you so I know where to heal. You're running on the other side. I got screenshots of her. Very funny. You did Hunter with evidence. I truly, no, the maze is the only one. I knew the maze would mess me up, and I'm so angry the maze messed me up. One day I'm gonna do it. One day I'm gonna do a full run. Oh, frick. Oh. One day I'm gonna do a full run, and I'm not gonna mess up. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna live the entire time. Like, I'm pretty proud of myself. This is a pro gamer. I need to clip this entire alliance thread apparently because I got peer pressured and I did it. I knew it. I knew it was gonna be that one. If it wasn't Sid, which honestly I lucked out. So thank you, Mord, for taking every single mechanic that I needed to do. Thank you for your sacrifice. Otherwise, I would have. I think I heard the dice, so I froze just in case. But apparently I didn't do it right. I thought I did. I just stopped and I thought I did it right. And then I'm so I'm so angry. It's because of it was the markers on the ground and I wasn't fast enough. I was looking over for my redacted and dying every time. Do you all have screenshots? If anybody else did the 200% run, I would love to see your screenshots. The debuff icon has a timer as well. Maybe I didn't have it. Maybe I just got hit twice with a ground AoE or something. Oh, from our monastery run. Kiwi, post that in my progress one. Just because, or censor the person's name. Kiwi, censor the person's name just in case. Thank you. Do you have quest here? I do. I know I have quest there already. Anyways, thanks. I guess we could probably say goodbyes to everyone. Oh wait, where is it? I don't want to say I'm a streamer. Because there's a couple people in here who probably don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say it. It's fine. They were all already nice enough to just join us. It feels weird too, because I feel like I'm self-promoting. And I guess I could have put like Twitch TV or like whatever in my description, but it's fine. I know, there's a couple people. No, like, Jojo's still here. Jojo was a random. Cheers, heading out. It was fun. Thank you, Nightmare. I appreciate it. I'm heading back to Redacted. Have fun in Redacted, Pen. It's your adventure plate? That's good enough. I don't know if people check adventure plates, though. The shameless plug. I'm not gonna do it. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and, end the, wait. If I can find it. Can I disband from here? Reset? No, not set it. I think it's O? Yeah, it's O. We did it! Yay! Okay, now I'm not I can't do another Emmett run at the moment. I mean, maybe we'll do other characters. Well, you'll have to choose a portrait for me, and depending on which one, I have to learn it though, because I feel like we've done Orban so much that I'm like very comfortable, to the point where I feel comfortable playing tank, and I am not a tank main at all. So if I'm comfortable playing tank, I'm like 90% the way there to play it. And it was really, honestly, it was really funny. I was really freaking out because I really thought I was gonna die by the sniper. I thought the sniper was gonna get me, and I thought the overlapping circles was gonna get me. So I really lucked out. And thank you so much for peer pressuring me, for bullying me into doing that. And you can click your name and disband. Okay, yeah. Oh, true. I could have done that too. Dad cred. Ooh. If we end up doing a dad cred one with one of the Edens, that would be kind of funny. Wait, Graha for Crystal Tower? Should I do Graha with Crystal Tower? We got so many clips we can make now. I honestly, yeah, this entire highlight, I probably should be making a lot of Twitch clips. Clips for clips specific, yeah, Twitch clips for YouTube and I guess TikTok or Twitch or whatever. We gotta do that. Emmerich, oh my gosh, yes. Z, I need to go get my Emmerich portrait out of my house later. Bullying works. Friendly bullying. No, not friendly fire. We don't want friendly fire. Please don't friendly fire me in near when I'm trying to do my challenge run. My challenge run. Hi. Another Lala. 1+ Lala. Also, the music here is just so good. Gotta create engagement. Exactly. This is what we do in the channel. My community gently bullies me into doing silly things. I'm like, fine, I'll do it. And then I did it. Honestly, I kind of want to make a percentage of time, like in actual time, like how long the raid was, and then I guess technically how long I was dead for, really. And the rest of it, not terrible. Thank you so much for being so nice to me. So nice to me and saying that you feel it's impressive. I think it's just goofy. About 25 to 30. We'll have to go back into the in the VOD. We can timestamp it essentially, right? You trust the community with this game. I do, because we're feral for Orban, so. But that was a good time. Honestly, we did pretty good. That was so goofy. Okay, all right. What's the next one? What's our next challenge? Whose portrait? Okay, suggestions. Put this in Discord, put this in chat. Okay. Whose portrait? Which instance? I'm mad I almost caught an angel and someone stole it. You were doing great. You were doing so good. I saw Nia, I think I saw Nia like following you as well. All the instances. Yes, we have also yes, we have done all 3 of the Nier ones. Maybe I should like practice Nier. But which Nier should I do and which portrait should I bring up? One of the Lalas maybe? Fizzy did a blindfold dungeon with one trusted person over VC directing her. Should I do that? Honestly, this was pretty funny. I think I think this is pretty good. Yeah, one of the Lalas, either Kryl or Tataru, or Nanamo, that'd be cute. Or every time I load into a new area, I have to switch off to one of the other Lalas. Oh, that's true! I should do one of the Heavens Wards ones with, wait, Nidhogg? Nidhogg for Oshafont? Maybe? I can't have 3. Blind run through a Realm Reborn. No. A blind run is me closing my eyes and buying a skip. Buying a skip for a Realm Reborn. Which I don't want to do because I actually really do want to do this story. Oh yeah, I guess Nidhogg and Astini would be good too. Yeah, we could do that one for sure. Papalimo. I'm just thinking Papalimo was one of the dungeons. Papalimo for Nier. That would be good too. Any of the Lalas would work. Yeah. I need to get more of the portraits though. I don't have a lot of them. I have many Merwub ones for a reason. because somebody gave me a bunch of them. I have like 3 Oshafont ones because when I think when I got my house, a bunch of people gifted me them. Yeah, for Sloppy. Oh yeah, for Shinryu. Oh wait, no, I don't want to. No, I've done Shinryu so many times. I don't know if I want to do it blind like that. I think Alliance raids is like chaotic enough, and there's enough like silly things. Oh, no, I'm just realizing. You know what would be really bad? Ballway. The near ball hallway for, was it 2? I don't know if I could do that 200%. I'm not sure if the ballway is possible unless I play it sideways. Unless I'm literally playing it sideways so I can see up the corridor. I wish they'd be silly and make Omega Scraps Omega male female portraits. Oh yeah, and make them into near. Fun fact: hallway. You can jump over. You can jump them. Wait. Like Dragoon jump. Like a Dragoon like backflip jump. You can jump over it. Cause that'd be kind of funny though. I would love to see a Dragoon backflip over the ball. I would be so impressed. I have no idea. No, jump over the ball. Standard jump? Really? I'm sure somebody has attempted to do like a challenge run where they jump over it, right? That's so funny. Can you Dragoon jump over it though? Is that a thing? Okay, so it looks like I've done the quest over here for the week. So I just have to wait for next week for this one, which is fine. I think I'm trying to think. I need to do Lolly Ho still eventually. Let me go back to, I don't know if everyone's in Gridania or not, but I'm gonna go back. I don't have several times. No one believes me. I have proof. You've done it several times? So any of the action jumps are not actually jumps. Are they technically gap closers? Is that why whenever you backflip jump, you just like drop down like all the other gap closers? Oh, they're just dashes. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So the animation looks like a jump. Oh my gosh. Huh. I'm trying to also think how tall the balls are in the ballway. All right. Also, Annie, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. I'm so sorry. It was very hectic and a lot was happening. And as you can see, I was very occupied. Visually. It's visually very occupied. There's a lot in my face. But yeah, so we finished that. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream, by the way? What'd you end up doing today? Let me also give you a shout out. So Annie is basically around the same area as I am right now. And she's in Shadowbringers, and I know she's been going through and doing some of the optional content. I know Trial Series was on the list as well. Oh yeah, and then you ended up doing near raids on Tuesday too. Oh, that's a cute dancer glam. What is the skirt? Oh, which one? Dancer glam? Wait, who has the dancer glam? Oh, Annie. Let's see. Ura's skirt, apparently. I finished the trial story since my computer borked. Oh no, and then did 6 job quests. And then the entire role quest capstone? Honestly, the capstone, I didn't expect it at all, but I'm happy that like so much happened in it. Like surprisingly so much story like went on in it. And I don't know, I hope there's eventually a callback to this moment. And it seems like they are, you know, because we haven't really seen much of Noodles since Heavensward. So, like, I don't know, it was just really... The barmaid? Yeah. Oh, wait. I know, the barmaid! But, yeah, it's just... There's so much lore, and I'm so glad we did a lot today. Oh, I'm sure you know, you already saw it on the spreadsheet, I'm sure, but today we ended up doing the Tales from the Shadows, and that was the Falhamen quest line. I hope that's not a spoiler or anything. It was just like, it starts with her, is what I mean. Blue doesn't work for my Miko, I'm sure can make it work purple or white, yeah, hopefully. Also, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, I hope you're doing well. I don't know if you ended up seeing our our Emmett Monastery run or not. But welcome in. But yes, we ended up doing a little Shadowbringers questing earlier, and I know I need to work on, honestly, I need to work on more job quests soon as well. So what am I, 82? 82, oh my gosh. Level 82 right now for Sage. And really for all my other jobs at the moment, like 87 for both Scholar and White Mage. I need to work on Astra a little bit more, but Sage, honestly, Sage is I'm probably gonna go through Sage and Endwalker. Like, it will probably be the one that I end up picking up and like going through most of it. But mostly I just wanna play White Mage. I'm like, as Sage is fine and it's fun, and I like how fast the shields deploy, it feels like, right? I think it's really cool, and I like this mitigation that's only 30 seconds recast, right? That's really cool. But I just like White Mage a lot. I don't think I'm a convert. I think Sage is cool and it's fun, but I don't think I can be convinced off of White Mage as my favorite. I love Shadowbringers, but it's such a bright mare. Oh yeah, yeah. Like some people who can't handle like the colors in like Shadowbringers, it's a lot on the eyes. You gotta do more Hildebrand. I think I have to do Hildebrand offline. I think that's the goal. Scholar, but Scholar is so cool. I do like Scholar. I really do like Scholar too. But it's probably like Scholar and Sage is always gonna be second to White Mage. I'm sorry. Scholar is fun. I really like a lot of the abilities. I feel like I'm getting better at it. It's like feeling better, more comfortable, and I feel like I'm using the majority of my abilities most of the time. Dissipation is the one I need to work on technically. But everything else feels like pretty good. I feel like there's some things where I could be better on timing. So I don't feel like I'm at the level of like even min-maxing. I'm still trying to get my bearings of like, even when I'm panicked, I know what to do at all times. And even like, honestly, like even when I'm panicked on White Mage, it's still a little rough. Offline? Wait. What? White Mage or Astra for you? Offline? Oh yeah, offline. Hildy offline. I'm sorry. I'll do it in Discord, alright? I'll do it in Discord. I'll do it on my alt account, but like, Hildebrandt humor is not my humor. I'm sorry. It's fine. I was saying earlier, if we end up doing Hildy in Discord or like on my alt stream or something, some of us are not gonna be sober, alright? I don't know who some of us is in this scenario, but like some of us will not be sober. I just like throwing up multiple 100% shields. I do love the crit shield. The crit shield as Scholar is very satisfying. And then honestly, using deployment tactics feels very good. Like that is very satisfying for sure. And like surprisingly, honestly, one of the biggest things I've noticed, like playing more Scholar recently, like going through content with y'all, is Scholar has a lot more heals than I thought. And I think it's mostly because of the level 70 kit, like going forward, like Fey Blessing, like having that, like alongside with your other fairy abilities, having like Seraph there, like Sacred Soil, like healing, like a small regen helps a lot too. I feel like there is more healing than I think in my brain, like compared to like when it was sub 70. So like learning and understanding that makes me freak out less while playing White Mage, because I always feel like, oh, I need to be on top of healing every single second, but I really don't. Unless it's an emergency, more than likely people will survive if they're, they've lost some health. It's rough, no reset or no Fey Blessing, yeah. So, that's why, like, it feels a lot better right now at 80 for sure. Someday, I will do T with Scholar, but I probably will have to actually do T as White Mage first. Also, I'll be right back, everyone. I need to check on the egg rolls. I hope they're not burning. I hope they're good. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna play an ad real quick. Also, Super, how was Evilise? How'd you feel about it? Please tell us. What's your Evilise review? Okay. That was really hot and burnt. Nia, a shield healer slot is available for T, correct. I mean, you want to be my co-healer. And now, like, especially since I've been playing at level 80, I definitely understand the kit much easier. And I feel like we could definitely, like, I don't even want to say, like, I guess, almost like min-max. I feel like we could probably coordinate really well whenever we needed to do healing and stuff like that, so we're not overlapping and we have, like, better cooldown management and stuff. We'll work on it. I mean, that's an ultimate, so actually, that's probably what you need to do with ultimates. I assume, like Savage Up, that's whenever you start, like, you know, coordinating stuff with your co-healers so you're not scrambling, like, you're both scrambling all the time or anything like that. And just to make, like, it flow easier or whatever. I mean, I'm sure some people just, like, go in and they, like, adapt as need on the fly and everything, but I don't think I'm right there. Yeah, you need a coordinated plan. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down if you want to co-heal with me for T in the future. We'll get there soon. And also, that would also mean that I mean, I feel pretty comfortable with White Mage in general. In terms of pretty much all my abilities. I would say when I freak out is when it starts to crumble a little bit, right? But I feel like if we're, like, you know, if we're progging or whatever, I think we should be good. Monsters were killed. It was cool. I wish Ramza didn't send me a telephone back and forth. Yeah, I was just trying my best to immerse myself in it. So trying to not get, like, annoyed for how much fetch questing there was, or just honestly how much dialogue there was as well. If I end up finding my my VODs for that, I can send it to you if you just want to listen on 2x speed to get the story or whatever. Super. But yeah, the battles are really neat. In the future, now you can run Orban with us, so that's gonna be fun. And then maybe you can do an Orban run where you can't see anything. You do a portrait Orban run, 200% portrait Orban run, portrait preview Orban run. Also, hi Aodi, how are you? But the chaos and panic is fun though. It is. Oh wait, no, in general, in ultimates or in Orban or in alliance raids? Because in alliance raids, yes. It is very chaotic and good. I'm also thinking too. Let's see. We've done a good bit today. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Okay, so let me double check the schedule of, like, what I wanted to do, right? So I know tomorrow. So tomorrow I plan to do Boja is the goal. So tomorrow, okay, so we ended up finishing Tales from Shadowbringers. Tomorrow should be Boja. I did not end up doing the job quests, any of them. But I did do the weekly quest, so that's good. I did this week's quest for near raids. I need to, which I'm really, like, I really want to know what happens to Kanag. So I'm excited to see what happens next week. And it's interesting that they kind of do, like, a weekly quest kind of thing, right? So by next Tuesday, I should be able to do it. Oh, next week's gonna be really interesting. maybe it's good that I don't end up streaming a lot next week, because everyone's gonna already be doing 7.3 stuff. Yeah, if everyone's doing 7.3 stuff, I guess, if I'm not streaming a lot, that's fine. So tomorrow is Boja questing, and then if I have time, level 80 job quest. I also, the goal is also to do some Witch from Mercury stuff in Discord, or, like, do like a watch party. So we'll probably end up doing that after stream. And I think I want to start stream earlier, so kind of like around 12-ish, and then end a little earlier in the evening too. So that's my goal. But yeah, maybe, let me see. There's something else I want to double check and make sure that I'm not missing. I mean, I wanted to do the Lolly Ho quest, which I can work on that. I can also do that off stream. That's not a big deal, right? I was thinking maybe we end stream early today. So if we end stream early today, hopefully I can get to bed early so I can actually stream at 12 is the goal. I'm trying to think. Was there anything in Discord that we wanted to redo? Oh yeah, Rathalos. We could probably, oh no, it's not bedtime yet. It's only 9:44. So I was thinking if we end up doing yeah, so if I could, oh frick, I'm just thinking. We could do some Discord things. We could do like Rathalos, any other kind of like stuff that I'm missing, or like redo anything else. And then get up early tomorrow. We do Boja. We do some job questing. Anything else I missed? And something like that. Mounts? I don't really care about mounts. I use like one mount. I know other people want mounts, and I'm chill with that. I'm down to help other people, but like, I literally use one mount. Like, you can show me the newest, shiniest motorcycle, purple neon bike or car or whatever, and I'm not gonna really want to use it. As long as I have like a single person mount that I can use, a 4-person mount I can use, and then maybe one day if they come out with some other ones, an 8-person mount. Or yeah, an 8-person mount. You want a giant robot dragon? No. You can show, like, it's the same thing with shiny things. If you show me shiny things, if you show me mounts, I don't really care about any of them, just because I use like 1 or 2 things. They, like, shiny doesn't, you can't trap me with shiny things. I got a new armored saber-toothed tiger, and I love that for you. When I don't want it for me. You just have to grind like crazy with the dragon. I don't even want Rathalos that badly, to be honest, because I'm never gonna use it. I wanted to have it, but I don't really want it. Notice just wants food theme items. Sorry. Notice just wants food theme items. Notice just wants food theme items. I mean, food theme's really good. But they come with different background music. I'm not. My background music's off all the time. So it's funny you mentioned food theme mounts. I don't care about food theme mounts. It's just like weapons are fine. I don't even like shiny weapons. I don't like shiny outfits that much. There's a couple that look really good, but I don't know if I would wear it on myself. I don't really like shiny weapons because I think they get in the way, especially if during a cutscene. I'm just staring at the shiny. I'm not focusing on what's happening. So a cake and a fork and knife and spoon are kind of great for me. Unfortunately, Astro and Sage, well, Sage has the fork and knives, right? Astro and Scholar, I haven't found like my go-to. Back front yard mode. Nice, Idolac. I'm so glad that you were very productive today. Hopefully we were able to keep you a little company. What if they gave us a cake mount? I'm not gonna use it. I use one mount. I use my black chocobo and that's it. I don't use anything else. I mean, you have to, like, the only other time I use something else is if I need a 4-person mount or we're all doing a silly thing, like lying in a bed or like sitting in a chair, and we're all using the same mount. Otherwise, like, I actively just pick one. You have to have a PhD in Notice. It's not a PhD in Notice. That's not why. It's no surprise. Wait. Notice out here just saying she hates cats. I did not say that. I did not say that. I love cats and dogs. I'm saying it's good for you. I'm glad for you that you like the shiny, but I don't have to grind it if I don't like it, right? So I can use my time apparently staring at posters at 200%. That's what, or portraits at 200%. That's what I get to use my time on. Instead of grinding for relics. And she's using another, excuse you, that's my fiance, alright? He proposed with that black chocobo. He has basically a proposal with the chocobo. And of course I'm gonna use it. My bad, yeah. But yeah, it's just like I have my favorite weapons. Oh, the other Figmental. I have 3 Figmentals. I will say, if I played Red Mage more, I need to play Red Mage more because I love the bouquet. I love how funny that bouquet with the gun is. I think it looks so good. If I played Red Mage more, I would have it. Unfortunately. Same with Viper. I don't know. As you can see, I'm not a DPS person, sadly. I play 1 tank and I play 4 DPSs. And that's it. That's all I do. I do have job quests. It's true. I have so many job quests for Red Mage. Maybe if I continue doing my job quests, I'll like learn to like it more or something. I don't know. It's very fast. I ended up learning a little bit of Viper and a little bit of Picto for the Shadowbringers job quest stuff because I needed it. And otherwise, they're fine. I like tanking better than that, and I like healing the most. Also, thank you for the water redeem. How are you, Oats? How's it going? I need a refill. I 100% need a refill. But yeah. So this is the most shiny I'll end up getting, and I think it's because there's flower petals on it. I think the petals are just so cute. I think it's like a more subtle glow all around. It's like not like everlasting light. It's not everlasting light on my eyes. So, but it's still like, I guess this is, like I said, this is the max amount of shiny I'm ever gonna get. I have 5 main classes: Black Mage, White Mage, Dark Knight, Dancer, Reaper. I'm also an overall focused person than going through Omni. I'm doing Omni because of the story. I really, really enjoy the story and like seeing how like all the worlds interconnect with each other and like the jobs and stuff. But otherwise, like, in terms of like getting, it would be nice to understand each of the kit and be competent at like a handful and be like average or better than average at a few is like the max. And then oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm glad you have that new mailbox. Oh, that really sucks. I'm glad that you it was caught. I need to run maps and get some pigmentals. I want Astro Snow Globe. That Snow Globe looks so fun. I think it looks really good, but I just don't use Astro, so I can't justify it. And that's the reason why I can't justify my Red Mage, because I don't use it. Your sword, though? You are replacing it? And he covered the splice. Wait, so is it a random dude? Not your neighbor, right? A random person? First time checking out, enjoyed it? Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For, any suggestions for first time playing through A Realm Reborn at the moment? Let's see, suggestions. Do your dailies. Do your dailies. Oh, wait, here. So, leveling will give you the most XP. And if you can, do this daily. I would say over time, learn to pick up a class in most of the role, in the roles. And like, don't be afraid to like branch out and give it a try. Otherwise, in A Realm Reborn, I would say, I don't know if you have experience in other MMOs. I would highly suggest don't. No, I don't think that's fair. I was gonna say like, don't compare it too much to other MMOs, but I don't think that's fair. Because if you do have if you already have the experience, then you're gonna do it anyway. And I think that's kind of normal because it's the same with me. Like if I compare FPSs, it's kind of ingrained because you already have the experience in it. I would say stick out with the story. I think like I enjoyed A Realm Reborn for what it was because it was my first MMO and I was really enjoying the story and like getting like more immersed with it. I think it like the story definitely picks up as you continue into the like future expansions. I'm trying to think what else though too. If you can play with your friends, because I think friends are really good to help you kind of like move along into the story when you feel like there's like a plateau or you're just confused or anything like that. Yeah, if you have any other friends playing Final Fantasy XIV, definitely ask them. If they have like mentors, that's always a nice like XP boost. Oh, eat food. If you don't have any, well, if you're on free trial, then you could probably buy food, or like you're given food through the quest lines. So eat food before you go into dungeons and stuff like that, in order to get a little XP boost. I don't know. I'm not really good at advice, apparently. let's see. Let's go back really quickly. Excellent advice. Thank you. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you better advice though, because a lot of it, it's like I also don't want to build up expectations for you going into future expansions. Like if you really if you really enjoy like story heavy like if you really enjoy like lore and story, I think this is a good game for that. Sometimes it feels like there's a lot, but I think A Realm Reborn sets a really good foundation for like going forward in the future of the game. And I feel like they've done work to trim it down, but a lot of people feel like it's a little bit of a slog here and there. I would say just like stick through it. And this is what everyone says, to like, you know, persevere through it. And I think it definitely will make sense in going forward in the future of like its importance or whatever. But I liked it. Like personally, I do enjoy it. I actually want to go back and replay it as well. Don't be afraid to change your classes or your jobs or anything like that. If you're not feeling tank or healer or like DPS or melee or ranged or whatever, like absolutely like change it around. Well, the ones that are available for you, which should be a good chunk. And when you get into the next expansion, you'll definitely see like there are like 3 classes or 3 jobs that will open up to you that will open up to you at that point, which is nice. It's specifically in the Heavensward expansion. That's only in there. I don't know. I'm still bad. Lore and story, love story and lore first. That's number 1 reason starting out. Okay, that's good. Then I think you'll enjoy the game. I think it's easy. I think it can definitely be easy to, like, if you need to take a break, like, if you need to take a break, and if you have friends who enjoy the story or the game, definitely, like, hopefully rope them into, like, helping you out. Because, like I said, I'm not trying to build expectation or, like, make you like, yeah, I don't like, because building expectations sometimes, like, especially if it's overhyped, like, you can be let down if it's not what you were expecting, and I don't want to do that. But I will say I really enjoy the story. I really enjoy the game a lot, and yeah, it's my first MMO. Other games I have played before, I played a lot of like FPSs. So I used to play like TF2 and Overwatch. I really like Deep Rock Galactic. So like, why did I get into a story MMO? I will say, like, I do enjoy RPGs. I really enjoyed, like, Tales of Symphonia. That was probably one of the biggest RPGs, like, impactful ones I played as a kid. So, like, over time, like, getting into more JRPGs and RPGs, it made sense. And I feel like, I think the meme is, like, this game is just, like, haha, silly anime cat girls or whatever. But it's really good. Used to play Overwatch. Haha, used to play Overwatch. Looks at my recently played games 24 hours ago. Maybe, it was, did I play yesterday? No, it was 48 hours ago. Okay, 48 hours ago, all right? I got caught. I'm caught. 48 hours ago, I played my last game. Dying is part of the game, don't worry about it. Yeah. While I was not a 24-hour session. Dying is part of the journey. Yeah, don't be afraid to die or anything like that. Also, the other thing as well, JT, like, if you ever have any questions, like, most streamers, like, most Final Fantasy streamers are down to, like, answer questions. If you ever want to come back in and be like, oh, like, how do I do this thing? Or, like, what is this? You're welcome to come in. I just will warn you, like, sometimes we will be doing, like, main, like, story stuff, and I don't want to spoil you or anything like that, but you're always welcome to ask. Like, we don't mind. I mean, we were all new at some point. Like, I still have my sprout after... I started in 2023? Almost 2 years? And most people finish the game already at this point. Like, and people can. I definitely went slower and took my time. And I also stream other things between. Salty Nose is best. I don't think it's the best. No, I wouldn't recommend it. Turning off cutscene on replay dungeons is good quality. Yeah, there's also some like overall like quality of life things that we could probably teach you as well if you ever have any questions. I'm sure there's a lot of like really good guides that can also like help you like step by step instead of like verbally saying like go here, go here, go here. Oh, and then also periodically, another tip, periodically. So if you're on PC, hit C, and you can see this is your armor, and then you can see the like the condition it's in. the more red it's in, the more, like, over time it will potentially break, and that's not good. So periodically repair your armor. If you are not on free trial, if you are, like, paying a sub for it, you can potentially get a friend to do it. Or, like, somebody in a community to do it. But otherwise, you can go to vendors in-game and repair your stuff. So please do that. Also, wait, if you're, depending on how new you are, do you know about, like, update gear set? Oh, wait. Frick. So, so it's two things. It's, like, recommended gear. So if you are unsure of the items you have, you can do recommended gear, and it will automatically, like, equip what you have. And if you want to keep this, you can do update gear set. I mean, there's more to that. But yeah, recommended gear is another one that I learned earlier on. Like, as you level up, as you get more items into your inventory, like, use this. I don't need a repair. Oh my gosh, please. Y'all are so thirsty for repairs. I don't even think I can ask you to repair. No, you're not even in the party. I'm not repairing. I'm running away. I'm gonna go repair at a vendor. Hi, Chaotic. How are you? I'm running away from all my friends because they want to repair. That's all they want from me. Do y'all even like me as a streamer anymore? You just want to repair. Why are you 100%? I don't know. I died, okay? Which, the way that you end up, like, losing, like, your condition is potentially dying and then also, like, just getting, I'm assuming, just, like, normal combat. Let us give you a repair bonus? I know. I wasn't gonna actually do it because it would be a waste to spend money, number one, and number two. It'd be a waste to spend money, and number two, you get the over 100%. Sorry, I'm just content raging. Something like that. What'd you all call it the other night? We were in Discord, and I kept on running away from everyone because I was like, I'm not even like 70%. And everyone was like, repair your gear, notice? I'm like, I don't want to. Why does it matter? It doesn't matter that much. I'm not at 50% yet. Okay. As I was 75, if I was at like, yeah, 50%, I'd probably ask y'all. But like, what is this? This is nothing. Do you want to be more upset? Oh, look, it's at 72%. Oh, this is 49%. Oops. Okay, it's fine. I'm fine. See, 65? I only self-repair when I get a 20% warning. I don't even do, okay. I usually do it around 60%, okay? I actually did see someone have their gear break in Raid. It was hilarious how fast they died. So that's why you want to repair your gear on a regular basis, because you will die much quicker if you don't have good gear on, or if your gear is broken. Like, it can be at 1% and it should be fine in theory, but you want to repair it, like, regularly. Just watch, the green is gonna go red real fast. Only if I die a lot. I'm fine. That's why I die a lot. Wait, that's why I die a lot? Because your gear is 20%? I don't know. You get a pop-up warning when you queue, or when you pop warning, it should say. I do self-repair at 99. Most of my gear is like 150 or more. I only have 2 discipline of hand, so, and I can only repair my like shirts and like 1 book. See, for this one is Leatherworks. I can't repair that. Weaver? Oh, I can do that. Wow, can I wait. I can't even repair it. Why can't I repair my own stuff? I don't know how to repair my own stuff, to be honest. But I can, like, repair, like, 1 or 2 things. I could repair, but I just spend the gil. But you don't get over 100% though, right? Yeah, that's fine. I'm so happy Guild Wars 2 got rid of armor repair. Is it just completely gone? I self-repair at single digits. See? I'm not the wild one. You need an appropriate dark matter. Oh, I have level 8 though. Wait, did I get rid of them? Yeah, I have level 8. That should be fine. Correct leveled crafter. Oh yeah, it's not correctly crafted, like leveled at the moment. I don't think I have the correct gear either. I have not done the job quest for it. Okay, I know why. That's why. That's 100% why. It's because I don't have the correct job quest for it. Also, hello. Wait. Are you friend in chat? Your bun's really cute. I actually really like this outfit. I love the little skirt and this top. I love this little cape too. It's really good. I think the one you repaired was already at 100%. I don't think it was. Was it? Oh, maybe it was. The Weaver? See, I don't think... I can't repair... Oh, I can repair this one. I can repair 2 whole things! Wow, look at that. Wait. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I did it. What level is it at? 172! Wow, I'm so proud of myself. What other stuff can I do? Oh, there's a... Okay. Maybe I should just go through my inventory and just repair all the stuff that's in here. Well, that's shared. Dark Knight. I don't think there's anything here. Goldsmith? Armor? Weaver? A Weaver? Oh my gosh, we did it. Oh, it's so shiny! I would not repair everything. Not item level, equip level. Oh, equip level. It is probably, yeah, probably don't have it correctly equipped. Also, hi Ash, how are you? Oh, wait, hydration? I need to refill my water bottle later on. Wait. Talls deserve head pats too. Cute. Where's my joy? Only repair if you're using it and it's about to break or be broken. Okay, and then I guess like the rest of it I could just repair in the shop. How are you doing, Notice? I'm doing okay today. We did funny things in chat. Well, we ended up doing funny things in oh frick, what was it? We did funny things in Alliance raids earlier. It was a good time. I think we're trying to just like wind down now. I feel bad. I just feel like I'm just yapping a lot. But I mean, I guess that's stream. Because you're still leveling things, you're likely to be out-leveled and replace gear. The thing is, Win and Yami and Tuesday always suggest... Oh my gosh, always suggest that I should just go and like ask them for gear. Ask them to craft me gear. And I'm just like, I don't have space for anything. That's why. You're fine to yap. We enjoy being around you. Thank you, Ash. How are you, by the way? How's your weekend? Also, Rez, you're in Post-Around Reborn, this character. Wasn't this the character that you were trying to outpace me by? I mean, it's still possible to get an Endwalker before I do. It's still possible, but see, I made good pace. Eventually. It depends. I would say I think we've gotten through Shadowbringers, not including the last 2 patches, within like 20, like under 30 streams, under 30 focused MSQ streams, which is not bad. But yeah, also I ended up kind of burning the egg rolls. They're kind of burnt and they're really crunchy and it makes me sad. And I kind of burned myself earlier eating them, but I'll finish it later. I get distracted by shinies. Just finished coils. Wait, did you do it on your main account? Also, congrats by shinies. This is why I'm very lucky that I'm not distracted by shinies and I am just distracted by talking instead and staring at portraits. As long as you're max current, you can already repair all gear in the next X Pact. Ooh. It's nice though that you don't have to like level up more for that. If you want to meld, you need 1 crafter in your job max to meld. That doesn't sound fun. I'm good with not melding. These 2 little goofy Lalas in the corner. Look at these 2. I'm also trying to think. Oh no, you got the relic on this one as well. It took forever. I don't envy you. They are shiny, they are cool. I don't envy you. And I would not want to do that myself. Also, never skip MSQ cutscenes. Yeah, don't skip MSQ cutscenes. Like, there's a lot of just in general, there's just lots of content to go through. Hi, Shaba. How are you? How's the questing? Oh, you got the hair! Oh, wait, you got the hair! Did you always have the hair? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't notice earlier. You just got new hair. Okay, okay. Yes, I've been told that. Yeah, please don't cut. But the thing is, if you accidentally skip a cutscene, you can go back into the in-room and view them after the quest is over. So yeah, the quest has to be like, you have to hit the green quest in order to finish it and get the sound, and then you can go back and look at the quest in the cutscenes and stuff. There's certain things, it's usually normally voice things that you can go back and watch. So not all the cutscenes or not all the scenes are available necessarily. Unlocked with Evilise, you did it! Coil should be MSQ 100%. There, later on as well, JT, as you continue with the story, there are certain things that the community very much deems as like necessary to the lore. But honestly, just as much as we would love for you to get further into like future expansions and enjoy yourself with like more story and everything, like don't push yourself to the point of what's the word? Don't push yourself to the point of what is the word I'm trying to look for? Resenting the game, or resenting like spending so much time, or like getting angry with it or anything like that. For whatever reason, like, yeah. Hopefully you'll find things that you enjoy and that you're having fun going through. And you don't have to push yourself to the point like forcing, because you don't want to ever get to the point where like you're forcing yourself to do this just because somebody told you to do it, because that's no fun. Do you need boiled eggs? No, I do not. Okay, I was so good. Oh crap. I was so good at like keeping this clean, and now look at it. It's a mess now. I need to go back and clean everything. It does not look good. This is definitely a mess at the moment. I need to clean it. It's so bad. It's fine. It's fine. We'll work on it. Relatable. What about soft-boiled eggs? Only ramen soft-boiled eggs, please. Well, it's a lot of elixirs you don't need, and pots. No, I'm keeping some of these. I have already gone through some of these with Win, and some of these are also tinctures that are way too high level for me that my friend gave me, and I'm not giving them away. I already have this one. Thank you, Cam. But yeah, some of these are tinctures that are not current content that I should not be using. That's a lot. Yes, there's these tinctures, current content. Some current content food too. Anyways, most of these, sometimes I use them periodically if I'm lower level. Don't worry about it. Tinctures from last X-Pack, toss them? But what if we do last X-Pack stuff? I'm about to be going into last X-Pack. You have a lot of Endwalker and Beyond? I do, and that's because I have many friends who make their money in Endwalker and Beyond. Just use the current one. I mean, I use some of these during our statics and stuff. I'm not using it now, but like when we start our statics up again, I'll be using them again, so don't worry. But anyways, what I actually need to clean out is this, all the blues here, and then it'll be clean again. All right, it's just because there's overflowing with items, and I need to get rid of some of the evilly stuff, and then I need to store the near raid things. They never got used? No, I have not. I should be using them though. We're gonna get there. It's eventually happening. Oh, the hair is so good. It's really cute. True Optimizer would be the lowest level stuff until it's gone. I have been doing that. I was literally like, that's why so much of the food is gone. Like a lot of my low level food items are gone. And now I'm like using them up again over here too. Like I only have one of this, 2, 3, using this up and then using the rest later on. I was doing that more around, I would say, like in Shadowbringers and then a little into like Patch, but not as much. It fits her so well. I was excited to get it. I'm glad. But yes, we are working through the food. I promise. It's just taking time. I know. I'll probably end up selling some of this food here and there. But like, I mean, if I'm already gonna need food, like while doing other content, it's fine to have like this. I don't want 3 million eggs. I are like, if somebody gives me an egg, I'm selling it on the market board. The egg you gave me, it's already on the market board. But yeah. If you ever have any questions, like specific questions or anything like that, yeah, don't hesitate to ask like various communities on Twitch. I feel like most of them are very friendly. And if they don't really know or they're not interested in helping, that's fine. There's always another stream. I don't need 4 elixirs. Well, one's Dawn Trail, one's Dawn Trail, one's 2 are Endwalker stuff, and they're different, and it's fine, and I'll leave them there. I have probably all of these. Yeah, I do. Thank you. Sorry, I don't mean to sound like rude. I do have them already. I know it's mostly because everyone opens up loot boxes and is doing Dawn Trail stuff that gives the stuff. I appreciate you all passing it on, but yeah, whenever I get extras as well, I just end up selling it. What's the force bar in your inventory? I use those actually. I actually use these potions whenever I'm doing like leveling up stuff. Notice I need to clean my inventory. I'm not your recycling bin. We're not going back to that. I'm trying my best to keep my inventory clean. I'm not your recycling bin. You only need 1 kinds though? Well, eventually we'll only have 1 kinds. But for now, I mean, I could just sell the rest. I don't care. We'll work on it later. I'm not that pressed on it. I'm pressed on getting rid of this stuff or like putting it in its proper place. So like stuff like this, I need to put it in my house. I need to get rid of some of these items and sell it to the the Grand Company. And yeah. It's fine. I mean, we're eventually gonna do Palace of the Dead. I want to do it for story. Okay. We're rid of Smushy. Sorry. We're just really smushy. I think we did good. Yeah, I think we did pretty good today. I think it was fun doing Evilise again. It was really, really funny doing the Emmet, like we did Emmet Monastery, and that was hilarious. And I'm actually really excited to go back. I'm really excited to go back and like not pin, but like clip the whole thing, and then hopefully find some clips in it as well. But yeah, I think, yeah, so I'm gonna wind down. We're gonna find a friend to raid. I think I have a couple of friends who, yeah, okay, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I have a couple friends online that I think would be fun to raid. So find a friend to raid, wind down, maybe do a couple things in Discord. Maybe we'll end up doing some like Rathlos stuff or whatever. Rathlos, maybe redo like some Eden things I haven't done yet. And then honestly, I think we're like narrowing down what we're gonna do next raid-wise, like static raid-wise. It seems like it's probably between like 2 or 3 different extremes we'll plan to do, which I'm excited about. But we'll ask for a vote and we'll work up towards that. And then hopefully after we do a couple more extremes, we can work on Savages. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm nervous and excited, and I don't know. It's gonna be great. Because honestly, I need something to do again. I'm gonna work on the stream schedule, so next week might be a little wonky, but I have like roughly an estimate of when 5.4 and 5.5 are happening. It's on the Google Calendar. I'll probably ask you all like, hey, do you think this looks good? Or like, should I adjust it around or like do something else? I need to work on like clipping some more stuff, putting them on YouTube. Honestly, just like prepping people, like telling people like, hey, I'm actually gonna be finishing Shadowbringers. Like, if you want to show up, that'd be super cool, and I'd be really happy about that. And we get, I guess, closer to partner or whatever, because we're like kind of like slightly pushing partner or whatever. I don't know. Anyways, we're working towards that. We're working towards hopefully honestly, it's not partner necessary, but I would love to unlock the application specifically. I don't think I'm gonna get partner anytime soon. I'm not like hitting consistently like over 70 or anything at the moment, and that's really what you need to like really be at the numbers, unless you're getting like the big raids, and then yeah, the big raids and everything like that, which I mean, I love raids. I mean, I love people who like are so kind to share their community here, but I need to get better at just consistency and finding friends or finding more people to come into the stream and then watch our chaos live. I love deep dungeons. We're gonna work on deep dungeons. It's gonna happen. And then a lot of minions that doesn't have. I don't care about minions really much. I don't really care about minions or mounts, or shinies, or I just really want the story. I want the story, and I want to be good at the few chosen classes that I like. Free Fanta next patch. Free Fanta's next patch, man. That means more Lala adventures. That means I probably. What if I Fanta in between Shadowbringers and Endwalker for fun, and then I Fanta back? It's like, what would I even play? Because we've already done all the content. Yeah, we basically done all the content already. I know what mounts are. What are shinies? Oh, shiny weapons. So like just weapons that have like effects on them. Yeah, effects on them or anything like that. That's what I call shinies. But otherwise, like, I don't know if they're synonymous with like a relic necessarily, but yeah, it's just like shiny weapons or armor or gear. No, you're good. You're good. Or it glows. Yeah, it's shiny or it glows. See if I regret in the morning, you'll love what you get. 100% you should. Okay, gotta engage in all the social media channels and standardize your brand message. I do. I'm really bad at it. Honestly, I'm okay if we hit partner, we hit the average 75 plus, right? Average, and they're like, okay, you get partner, stamp. If we go back down to 40 people or 30 people per stream, that's okay. I don't care. Well, I would care a little bit. Oh, yeah, I actually would care a little bit. Just because it means, like, maybe I'm not entertaining anymore. Or maybe the game I'm playing is not really that entertaining, which I know you'll lose people with, like, certain games, right? Because not everyone likes all games. And I will say Final Fantasy friends are dedicated to Final Fantasy. And so am I. I really like Final Fantasy. But, and also some people are just avoiding spoilers if they haven't played it themselves. So it's not even necessarily like, sometimes it is game dedication, sometimes it's other things. Quarter BLT, medium, wait, iced tea, but it's gonna be late. Gotta get that check mark. I want that stinky check mark. I gotta get it on Twitch and YouTube. We need it on both. I need it on both so I could put it on my business card. And if you see me IRL in the future, after I've achieved those two things, I'll give you my business card. You'll gain more closer to the X-Pack. Honestly, this is something I talked about a little bit in Discord as well, but this is something I saw with a couple of my other like mutuals and like streamer friends, is when they got into Endwalker, it seems like there is like a natural bump up or boost in viewership, and I think it's just because, you know, they're very beloved. Like Shadowbringers is very beloved, Endwalker is very beloved, and I understand why, having played, you know, like up to this point, up to this point. And I'm not expecting it. I'm not like saying like, oh, I'm definitely gonna get it, or like I'm not trying to feel entitled to get any numbers or anything like that. It just seems like people are interested and gravitate towards like, you know, particular story like beats or whatever. But we'll see if that happens or not. And it's okay if it doesn't. But it would be kind of cool to be able to unlock the application. I think that's the biggest thing. I'm not going to bank on actually becoming a partner by the end of the year. It'd be really cool. But I think a good, reasonable goal is being able to unlock the application, which would be really cool. It's some good tasty riding. We do get fed. And the vampires get very well fed in this game. The emotional vampires who love tears and agony and anguish. And it really only is because they've also felt the same thing. So they turn others into the same. End of the year or riot? I hope so. Honestly, that's the stretch goal, I guess. The stretch goal is end of the year, maybe we get a check mark. You would never ever. It's fine. Okay, but yes, okay, everyone, thank you so much for being here, by the way. I really appreciate it. I think this is a good amount of yapping. Tomorrow, I will be streaming again. So tomorrow, I'm gonna try to start around 12 EST. It sounds really early. It sounds very, very early, but I'm gonna try to be EU friendly is my goal. So 12 EST-ish, and I'm hoping to actually like go into bed on time tonight in order to see everyone tomorrow. because we're gonna be doing Boja, and we're gonna see how long I end up questing, or if we actually end up going into Boja and doing some stuff. I'm definitely down to go on to be on Fanfred again, because I'm assuming Ether is gonna be locked. At some point. But yeah, everyone, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being such wonderful company and making me laugh so much today. I was very, it was kind of, I mean, all this week really, I've been kind of a little under the sads, the seasonal depression feelings, the sad feelings. And I probably should have streamed another time during the week, but I was like, you know, sometimes you just get in your head. But it was nice. It was nice to be distracted and have silliness and fun on stream, and I really appreciate you a lot. And thanks for joining me. I'm glad we were able to do like so many silly things today. I'm excited to like continue or like do more content in the future for like just do more like 14 or just like games in general in the future that we can all do together. Maybe one day we'll do that Eureka raid, the big one, the real big one. Maybe not on stream, but the real big one. It was a goofy stream. It was very goofy. It was a good goofy though. I just wanted to stream a little bit more, but it's okay. I think August and September will pick up a little bit more. Hopefully we'll be streaming a good bit in September. It is birth month. It is birth month. So I need to work on some scheduling some stuff as well. Remember tomorrow we're gonna do Boja. So there's Shadowbringers content stuff. Hopefully do some job quests, and then also after in Discord we're going to be watching Witch from Mercury, and I'm going to record my reaction for it, hopefully. Okay, so who is online? Who can we say hi to? Thank you for being here again. I really appreciate it. I will see you all tomorrow. Who shall we say hi to? We have so many friends online right now. Oh my gosh, I'm thinking. Many friends. Many friends. I don't know if you heard that. People walking past my door. It's a little loud. Okay, yeah, we have not been able to raid this person a little bit, and it'll be nice to say hi to them. Okay, we're gonna go say hi to... Okay, Oh, this is fine. Okay, this is fine. I can actually watch this. We're gonna go say hi to Elena. Elena is currently streaming Omega Savages, I'm assuming, right now? I'm pretty sure this is Omega. I'm in 160p, but I'm pretty sure this is Omega. And Elena is another wonderful streamer. Does a lot of harder content, Savages, Ultimates. She does a lot of tea. Basically tea queen. And I'm gonna learn so much for her. She also teaches, she taught basically taught me a lot of Scholar. And I really, honestly, thank you so much everyone for always like answering my questions for like learning things as well. Whenever I have like questions about like, just like classes and like mechanics or just like weird minute things of the game, it's like super helpful. But yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Elena, all right? Let me find my raid messages. So here are the raid messages. We're gonna go say hi to Elena. And it's not spoiler content for once, because Elena does a lot of other stuff too. Okay. Okay, good night, take care. Remember to take care of yourself before you take care of others. Remember to be kind to yourself because you're worth their kindness, all right? I need to remember that part too for me. But have a good night. Have a good night, sleep well, take care, and I'll see you tomorrow, all right? 12-ish EST is my goal. I'm hoping. Okay, but I'll probably hang out in Discord for a little bit. But I'll see you later. Bye everyone, take care. See you soon. Thanks for the stream. See you in Overwatch. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh my gosh, I'm playing Overwatch in Discord later. After we do the 2 Wrathblows, I'm playing Overwatch. Technically spoilers for you, so run! It's optional content, but it's a heads up. Okay, I'm playing Overwatch. I'll see you later. But yes, copy one of the raid messages if you would like, and come say hi to Elena with me, alright? Bye everyone. Have a good one. Take care. Hopefully we'll work on that partner push. I don't know. I'm not really good at like marketing and advertising myself. It feels weird. I don't know. I just like, I think it's an authenticity thing. And if I don't feel like I'm being authentic to myself or to others, it feels very jarring. Okay, all right, bye. I'll see you later. I'm not gonna be toxic. No, I'm just gonna be very vocal. It's fine. It's fine. Good night. I need to fix my setup. That's